There we go. Hi, hello, hi, well, hello, yes, okay, yeah, wow. I thought I turned everything on. Apparently I did not. So one of these days I'm just gonna be like, and then everybody's like, yo, your mic, and be like, haha, gotcha. Oh wait, I think I've already pulled that gag. Probably. Hi, hello, welcome in. Day 35 of the Final Fantasy Fiesta. It's day 6 of Final Fantasy X, and we're at the beginning of the grind. Yeah, you know, Wells, you have a good point there. You hear my fart smell? Wow, that's pungent. It's actually not a big mug. I just have really small hands. It's really, really small hands. It's like, oh, it's so much. No. And a small head, yeah. No, this is my actual coffee mug. Yeah, if you like Final Fantasy X grinds, boy, do I have 2 streamers for you. Yeah, so, anyway, we got a little bit into the beginning of the grinding yesterday. I would say we probably have about like half of the captures done. But we intentionally didn't want to do all the captures because we're going to want to make the rest of the captures easier. So we go in, do a little bit, and then get items that allow us to do a lot more. And I was thinking about my intro into getting some of those stats, and I thought it would make more sense to start with speed over strength. So we're going to be changing up what we fight, and then I think with limit breaks and a little bit of effort, I think, or overdrives rather, I think we should be able to get all the things that we need. Yeah. I think we should be able to get all the things that we need in order to get what we want. So we're gonna do a short monster arena thing, and then we're gonna go and do the rest of the Omega Ruins. Yeah, we haven't done the Omega Ruins, one of everything. We're gonna do the one of everything in Omega Ruins. Holy shit. Okay, so like, where's the other half of the one? I guess for tonight. Thank you. I made my wife fresh French bread loaves for her birthday, and it's part of something bigger, obviously, but it's just kind of funny because like she came home just a minute ago, and I gave her a fresh, right out of the oven slice of fresh French bread with you know, butter and garlic powder and everything, or garlic powder, yeah, everything, just here you go, fresh, right out of the oven French bread. But it's her birthday, and she went to the Cheesecake Factory, which gives free cheesecake slice on the birthday, and she picked me one up, and it's like, hey, I got you fresh French bread, and she's like, oh, well, I got you this, and it's like, okay. Never mind. What do you mean, how? I'm not sure the what do you mean by how? Like, how did I play on a PS2 and stream it? Capture card. So, in fact, technically I'm using my capture card right now. So I play on original hardware. If you look behind me, we have video games. But if you look to my if you can't see it, but if you look to my left, I'll turn on the camera actually, that shows a little bit of it. I have a bunch of consoles here. You can see my, well, that's a PS3 actually, but that's a Dreamcast. I got a Sega Saturn, PS2, N64, Sega Genesis, PlayStation, NES, GameCube, Super Nintendo. They all are routed through, all of this right here. And then they go into my computer where it has a capture card. And I have like upscalers and stuff like that make the picture look really good. But I've been video gaming my entire life, and I love video games. So when I started streaming, I wanted to play on hardware. But yeah. Special capture? No, same capture as anything else. I would say it depends on the console, but some consoles don't have as good of output signals, and sometimes you need to get like hardware mods to do it. Like for instance, the SNES. The SNES has the hardware for SCART, which is basically the RGB equivalent, but the wires aren't connected. So you have to get a mod to have somebody solder the wire in. That's it. You just solder the wire, and then it's RGB compliant, and then that runs through an RGB hub that I have that goes to my upscaler, and the upscaler goes to my HDMI matrix, which goes from my capture card and also one to my monitor for me to play on. The hardest thing is the PS3 probably because of pass-through, but I have an HDMI matrix that has pass-through compliancy, so it doesn't matter. So yeah, it's a lot of stuff, but it's my livelihood for one, because I'm a full-time streamer, and two, it's something that I have a particular interest in, so I want to play on hardware. I like being able to have access to every single game in basically every single library to stream with, and I prefer playing on hardware to begin with. I will say right now we are playing the PC version of Final Fantasy X and not the PS2 version, which does mean that like it's not being streamed through the PS2. But I actually have a gaming PC down here that runs through the same routing setup that goes through into the capture card as well. So it's all the same setup. Virtual Boy, let's go. Phoenix has redeemed in collection investigation, and he wants me to get some Final Fantasy art. So I will pull something off the wall here. Actually, I don't even have to. Do I? Right? Because I can just go like, let's see, boom. And you can see the Crystal Fate artworks of the FF6, FF7, FF8, FF9, and then FF10 over there. But I guess you'd probably want that a little bit more closer and personal, huh? Maybe I'll pull something else off instead. That's not really an collection investigation. That's just like, look, I have my room, you know? But we'll do that in a minute once I finish my intro. Nice one, Ratchet. Had to fire you have a whole fruit delivery driver guy, huh? Just for fruit. Wow, you must really like fruit. But yeah, Fiesta in full swing, and I'm hoping to get through the big capture grind and everything else today, because that way we'll set it up nice and fresh for Monday. Because I do not stream tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, I did not get rid of anything. I kept all of my stuff. I kept, I mean, there's a couple games that I've lost over time because of like maybe I lent it to a friend and didn't get it back, or all of my NES stuff my brother traded in to get drugs, so I didn't get to keep that. And then my SNES stuff was stolen. Some of my PlayStation stuff was kind of stolen-ish, so I had to get back a lot of things for those reasons. But I didn't trade in pretty much anything. I hated the trade-in idea or selling my old stuff. So most of this is just from a lifetime of playing video games or re-getting my collection from when I was a kid. You know, scrotums, it hurts a lot of us, man. Don't beat yourself up over it. We all do stupid shit in our teens and 20s, you know? We just, like, we become better people and we learn from our mistakes and we move forward. That's humanity in a nutshell, right? I don't know about every console, but I wouldn't mind maybe like a Neo Geo or something, I guess would be the last thing. Cause like my wife has a Sega CD and I don't think she has 32X, but there was one other thing that she had that I didn't. So at that point, it's like I got all the main ones. I'm good with that. Anyway, I'm going to say hello to everybody who said anything in chat really quick, and then we'll do the collection investigation, and then we'll move on with some more Final Fantasy X penance preparation. Let's see. Played Aztec. Thank you for the 301 bits earlier. Thank you. We got Night Shadow, hello, and hello, Playnastic. Alan, what's going on? What's up, Repower? Let's see, Night Shadow, hello. I think that's 2 already. Oh, brain, come on. Dimension Harvester, what's up? What's up, Northrex? Vax, what's going on? Article, one of remake developers has said that the Queen's Blood would be expanded. Good. That's amazing. Queen's Blood was amazing, so yeah, I'm happy for that. Berserk, now what's up? City, how's it going? Let's see, Laser Dante's here. Hologrammer, Silver Dragon, what's up, Wells? Ryu Power. Little Nerdy Mon, welcome back in. Joe, what's going on? Gomez, hello. Let's see, Time Wolf, what's up? What's up, Fire Fang? Let's see who else we got. Phoenix, hello. Grimnola, we might have said that one. Phil, what's going on, dude? Feel like I haven't seen you in a day. Arrow Hydra, what's up? What's up, Mike? Let's see. Austin, how's it going? Suka Blue. Nexus, how's it going? What's up, Jazzy? Ratchet, hello, welcome back in. Nate, what's up? What's up? Who else we got? Virlacor, Kelvin, Scrotums, what's up? Sweet Videl, Kaitsu, Lurkers, and anyone I might have missed. Oh, Local Bros here too. And again, welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta, an annual race through the entire Final Fantasy series of video games, 1 through 16 minus the MMOs, and then a lot of the side stuff or sequel stuff or remakes or whatever, depending on the year, but not all of that stuff, just some of it. Right now we're in Final Fantasy X. We are at the end of the game because we need to do penance, and we always like to end the game on credits, so we're going to be doing all the grinding and all the monster captures and everything that we need to do in order to do penance first, and then we'll go from there. TurboGrafx would be another one of those that would be kind of cool. Dragon Crystal, what's up? Yeah, I've actually been replaying Rebirth again because they're just so good. Both of them are just so good. All right. You know what? I got a better idea for what I want to share for my Final Fantasy artwork because Phoenix redeemed collection investigation, anything from my stuff, my nerd stuff that they want me to look into. He asked for Final Fantasy artwork of some kind. So I'm going to get something that'll be really neat. Okay, so this item was actually, I was inspired to get it because Vax sent me something Final Fantasy IV related in the same theme, but I feel like this better represents what we're doing right now. But I mean, I can show you the FF4 one. I can take a picture of it or something later, but it's FF4 related, and this is more relevant. And this actually hangs in our, like our entry hallway. It's on canvas. You know what? Why am I doing it this way? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's iconic, right? It's an iconic moment from the, I mean, we're literally looking at the iconic moment that it's from in Final Fantasy X. So, yeah, I have a FF12 one, an FF10 one, and an FF4 one hanging next to each other. The FF4 one was gifted to me by Vax, and it inspired me to get these ones and fill out the space with that. So there you go, Phoenix. I hope that was a cool investigation. I mean, FF7 didn't need a remake either, but damn if I'm not gonna love a high-quality Final Fantasy X remake, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it doesn't need a remake, but I'm okay. See, here's the thing. There are two schools of thoughts here. Either you want to see the story and the narrative in a much better light and a much more modern telling and everything, or you want the same thing but prettier. If you want the same thing but prettier, you basically want a remaster, okay? You don't want a remake. I'm good with different things. Final Fantasy VII Remake being different, but the same, is completely fine with me. So if I were to get a Final Fantasy X Remake with the same mindset of retelling the story, but being more fulfilling in the depth of storytelling and dialogue and exchanges and facial expressions, I'm for it, you know? Oh yeah, didn't you? Oh yeah, you did send me the 10 one, didn't you? Yeah, I thought it was just the 4 one that you sent. Yeah, you're right, you did send the 10 and the 4 one. Right, so Vax actually sent that to me. That was sent to me by Vex, that one as well. You're right, you're right. Well, Square has plenty of extra teams working on different projects. They don't need to outsource it. Also, if they're gonna do an FF10 remake in that quality, it's gonna be an in-house thing, because they're gonna wanna have agency in what happens with that storytelling. That being said, rumors are that Katase is gonna retire after the remake trilogy is finished, and he's responsible for FF10 as well. So, you know, not likely. Well, Nurse Gooby, I have good news for you. The original concept of Final Fantasy X2 was Braska's Pilgrimage, but they realized that there wasn't enough drama and content there that wasn't already covered entirely by the Jex Spheres and said no, and then went with something, well, quite a bit different. Honestly, any game that's still trapped on an inaccessible platform, I would love to see it come forward. DQ9, Lost Odyssey, anything. All right. Are we good to go? I think we're good to go. Let's go. All right, so first things first is I was gonna try to limit break or overdrive the power sphere guy, but I'm gonna try something a little bit different. Instead, I'm gonna go for, I think it's this one. The speed one. I think this is the agility sphere. No, that's on cooldown anyway. You can't redeem it right now. Title predictions? Oh, I used to have some good predictions and I just forget them. I think it's like I forget, damn it. Uh-oh, I can't hit him like I can the others. This might be bad. Oh, wow. Well, this might be a bit of a more of a trouble than I thought. I figured with my Aeons I'd be able to hit it no problem, but maybe not. It's gonna have to be an overdrive then, which is fine. getting an overdrive for at least for a grand summon would be pretty easy. Reckoning? Yeah. There's this word that means like, oh, reminiscence. Well, no, it wasn't reminiscence. It was like, it had more of a long E sound to it. But it's something that meant like remembering and readjusting kind of thing. Oh man, recompense. What was the word? It was like, I don't know. Anyway, there's 3 rules that they have to follow for it. It has to mean something inside the game. Remembrance? Might have been remembrance. It has to mean something inside the game. It has to mean something outside of the game. And it has to sound cool. If she actually did something there, I might have actually won there. No, it's definitely not going to be reincarnation. Too many syllables for one, and it doesn't really mean anything in the game. Reheat the pizza. That's the one. I doubt this will hit, so I'm gonna do the pain. Okay. If I get another hit, I might be able to kill it. Nope. Nope. Jeez. More HP than I remember. Maybe I won't be able to do this. I suppose I could just farm all of my limit breaks. They just call it part 3. They're like, remake, rebirth, part 3. I might be able to win this here. But these things have a little bit more HP than I thought, which may not make this worth it. But we'll see. It's definitely not reimagined, that's for sure. That would imply that, well, first off, you already have DQ7 reimagined. But it would imply that they somehow made a mistake or something, you know? And it would just give people fodder for being dumb. Well, huh. This should be the, agility one. Interesting. I don't know if I'll be able to get their limit break up. Might have to grand summon them. Bro, there you go. All right, you're gonna take too long. Get out of here. Maybe a Kodos? I feel like I'll just get one shot though. I'll try it. Yeah, he only counterattacks. Interesting that I can 99.99 with my attack. Oh, I have a plan. That might work. Rip. Never mind. Bahamut not fast enough. Getting Aeon limit breaks is always a pain in the butt because if they die, they lose it. I don't think this is gonna be worth it, but I can just get my own summon back up. Yeah, there's a grand summon. I bet, actually, you know what? This one actually might be good for this. Well, not if I get ambushed. Yeah, the what we're trying to do here is kind of set that up so that when I go to get monster captures, everybody's able to do damage. But I can't do the. Well, hold on a second. Actually, ow. You know what? Hold on. I want to try something else first because I do have to do some modding anyway. They can play nice with 110 bits. All right, let's mod these really quick. Let me get rid of the inventory that's clogging things up as well. But hang on to that and that. Wow, Lulu. Let's make sure I'm actually equipped on a comic cactuar. Okay, I am. Before I sell the other two comic cactuars. Right. Okay. This is the, sorry, not that one. I can still do a sort of grind. It won't be as effective, but it'll actually get me a lot of levels that I could use to get a stepping stone, and I can do that now, and then when I do the rest of the captures, get the rest of the grind, because I can still get the overdrive to AP. I want triple overdrive as well, but I can do this. Oh, good. Okay, so let's... Hold on. Surprise, bitch! Oh man, we got him good. See, look at his. Hi, jeez. Hello, thank you, Lana, for the 777 bits. Okay, everybody's got a comrade. All right, so I do things differently with my grind. I do this because instead of having to worry about like grinding kills for the Tonberry, I can just guarantee you counterattack or something? Oh, he's meeting his friend for the first time. There you go, it's counterattack. But I need a auto Phoenix as well, but I can't get that until later. Just to make it a little bit easier. That's the one. Thank you, Craig Z, for the 286 bits. I see nothing. And thank you. I am thankful for the nothing that I see. Thank you. Look at that. That was like 10 levels on everybody for that short little segment. And that's not even the good grinding. Okay, now that everybody has a good amount of levels, I can push them into different areas. Oh yeah, I can steal some return spheres as well. Triple AP and overdrive to AP. And then you set it to comrade so you get AP when your friends take damage. Sure, why not? We'll just get that on her. Okay, you know what? I think this is the better move than getting the strength and agility spheres now. Or rather, I can probably do both once I've done a little bit of the accuracy. Oh yeah, the accuracy. Oh, right. I want to do that first before I move around because I can throw the spheres down. The accuracy enemy, I think I could do, but let me check my capture list. Yeah. I think in order to get the accuracy enemy, I need the birds, which I could go do actually. Which one's this one? Oh, this is like I don't care about this guy. All right. We're trying to figure out how we want to handle it, but yeah, it's going smooth. All right, well that's just rude. So now I'm gonna try to kill you because you're being an asshole. You know what, this one might be the evasion one, actually. Can I hit him with a melee? Yeah, but a worse. Wow, okay. Figured the melee would scale better. Aha! There you go, Chi. I know you want to be up here. Oh, MP spheres, even more worthless. Alright, okay. In that case, what I could do is...
We're counting.
Isn't that gonna be kind of a long road to walk, though? If I'm gonna go there, I should just capture everything.
We're counting up.
Which might be a little more annoying. I guess it doesn't matter. For now, for this. I'll have a lot of movement later to do. It's fine. You know what? Actually, yeah, it's fine. Okay. I think with the accuracy that I have here, it'll be enough to do those captures pain-free. And the damage that I'll have will make it pain-free as well, So I think this is fine. I'm gonna go and do the captures for the not the Mihan High Road, Jose High Road. And then I'll come back and finish off my plan. Because I know the accuracy enemy is very weak. So I don't need to worry about doing too much with it, and if I get that accuracy, then the rest of everything else will fall into place. Connection? Might want to just try pausing the player and then unpausing it. Sometimes that helps with like syncing and connection and stuff. Yep, yeah, that's an issue with Twitch. Well, it's not really an issue with Twitch. It's an issue with your connection to Twitch, and it'll cause the audio to garble first before anything else. So, like if you have a lacking connection, it'll lower the output, like the quality of the audio first, so that you can keep the audio or the video streaming consistent. So if you pause the player and unpause it after a couple seconds, it should correct, unless you're having internet issues yourself. Internet issues in this economy? Okay, so for the purpose of
Your count.
the purpose of this capture, it should be no problem. So we're gonna do the captures here, all 10 of everything, because we should be able to basically be at the point where this is a no-brainer, like easy peasy. Jose, yep. So we're just gonna do these just to get them out of the way while we're here, so we don't waste any time. The whole purpose of doing this secondary grind, like this little in-betweener grind, was that I wanted to make captures more consistent and reliable instead of having to like bring out Aeons and bring HP low and all this other stuff. So I get one of everything, I do my AP grind, which I just did a little bit of to give myself like a good 20-30 levels really easily. And those levels give me a lot of attack power and accuracy and stats and everything to just make it really, really simple. Which I need to make sure I have my capture weapons on. What? Oh. Yep, that would do it. Alright, so I can only get Ojus on this field, but I can only get the Smiggles on the other field, so we have to do both of these fields. Whew, man, I'm really discombobulated, by the way, right now, so if I seem a little scattered and I haven't responded to your comments or something, it's because, like I said earlier, I was baking bread, and I basically was finishing it as I was starting my stream, and I tried to give a piece of, you know, bread for my wife fresh out of the oven, like during the startup. So I was just kind of rushing to get everything running and going, and I haven't had time to like settle in and like go, okay, I'm streaming, you know? So usually I sit down about half an hour before I start streaming so that I can get things running and everything. No, just French bread. French bread. I pulled it out of the oven and it was like, bonjour, and I was like... I was really worried because when I pulled it out of the oven, it wasn't browning the way I wanted it to, and then it just kind of felt like heavy, like a rock, you know? And then I cut into it and it was just soft and delicious with a nice crispy exterior, like perfect. It was perfect. It's my first time. Well, it's not my first time baking bread. I've made what's the braided Jewish bread, challah. I've made challah before, and I've made a couple other types of bread, but very, very infrequently. So you know. But yeah. Get you a man that can bake bread and grind Final Fantasy the same day. I guess. Should only be one more Ochu. I don't kill spiders, usually anyway. I mean, not because I avoid that, but because I'll probably just put them in a cup and toss them outside instead. Depends on the spider and depends on the situation. All right, this is a good test. The bite bugs, how reliable my hitting on them is. That's good. That's good. I only have about 25 accuracy, which is about what Waka would have at this point. Maybe a little bit higher, but not much. So yeah. I should be done with... Yeah, exactly. Spiders eat other more annoying bugs like mosquitoes, so yeah. Well, that's weird. That should pop up. All right, this should say capture limit reached. Yeah, okay, good. Oh, okay. The bot's not connected. Now it is connected. What are those things from? Weird. All right, now we get to see the damage. Boom. 99.99. 3,600. Okay, that's lacking. But it's more than enough. Cool. Thank you, Joey, for the 123 bits. Well, after this, I don't have to go back to the Mushroom Rock Road to list the Fungor because that's the 10th one, and I already have 10 Gawadaras, so we're good here. Sure would be nice to be able to have an armor with no back attacks. But whatever. Before I get into other captures, I'll be able to do more of my plan, which is to get the stats that I want to do more damage. But it'll be like everybody should be hitting for 99.99. Okay, so I need about 50 strength. That's good to know the number I want to short for, because Riku has 55 strengths and hits for 9k, so 50-60 strength somewhere in there. As long as I can grind the strength easily, then I'll go for 60. But if I can't, then I'll go for a little bit higher. As a neutral party? I wasn't aware there were non-neutral parties. Well, welcome in. We're also doing grinding for Nemesis and Penance. That's Garm done. Bunyip should be done there, and then Snowflan also done here. But those are the easy ones. We're looking for the Schmeagles. Specifically, that's going to be the last one that we get almost every single time, but everything else will come in. I guess the Basilisks. Yeah. I don't know if I can get the bite bugs here on this part. I think I need to go like bribe some whatchamacallits for chocobo feathers, because I want Lulu to have auto haste as well, because when I start to get into the grinding session, Lulu is just so slow. She's not going to get any XP. And I want to be able to at least keep her up. Although, I will say that her attack animation is slow, so maybe keeping her slow and just doing the normal grind with her is enough. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm getting a lot of XP from this, so it doesn't matter. He just sweeps him up and puts him in the Monster Maker O-Matic or whatever, you know? Like any self-respecting Monster Arena owner. Oh, there's a Schmeagle. Alright, we got 2 Schmeagles now, and there's more bite bugs. So we can get the bite bugs here, which means we don't need to go to the Mandragora or the Ochu area at all anymore. We're done with that part. Which is funny because we just walking here was enough. If you engage a created creature in the arena, then steal from him, do you get to keep what they stole when they kill you? I'm not positive, but I want to say yes. But the reason that you get to keep it is because you have an entry fee, and sometimes the entry fee could not be worth it if it's like you're stealing a potion or whatever. But yeah, my plan is to go steal return spheres from the Orby Blobby thingy, and use those to dance around the grid whenever I need to. Because when I start grinding levels, I'll basically have the vast majority of the sphere grid filled out, and being able to go to the little nooks and crannies of the areas that I haven't gone to will be really, really useful with the return spheres. Spheromorph. No, Spheromorph is the boss. Alright, you know what? I don't think this is working out. I'm gonna go to my normal grind spot for them. That should be the last of the basilisks. So it's just Schmeagles, which we only have 2 of. Typical Jose High Road. I missed. Wow, I can miss. All right, that's good to know. That was actually legitimately good information. I definitely need about 30 more accuracy, and I'm pretty sure this unlocks the accuracy boss. So we should be able to do that. But I usually grind on this spot because the rumor is that the Schmeagles appear more on the lighted areas of the field, but who freaking knows? Do I have any tips for platinuming? Look up how to grind. Like, just do it. Don't look up strategies on like how to beat the bosses or whatever, but just look up the triple AP weapon grind. Because honestly, it's so silly to do it without that. Honestly, after the triple AP grind, just get your Aeons, all of the Aeons, and just from there, the experimentation will not be as like time consuming. You just find out the things that you need to kill to fill out the grid, get your AP grinded levels out, and just do your thing, you know? Honestly, I recommend the Cactuar grind instead. I think the King Cactuar is a way better grind than the Don Tonberry grind because you just set everybody on Comrade and then you just auto-res or just manually res everybody as you go through. And it's a guaranteed 100,000 damage as opposed to like the Don Tonberry, which Karma requires that you have a lot of kills racked up and everything. And if you don't have that, then you gotta grind enemies to get that, and that's just an unnecessary grind when you already have so many other grinds going on. So my recommendation is actually doing the Cactuar in the arena instead, which comes from one of everything on the Thunder Plains, which is very easy to do. But yeah, you do have to capture one of everything in order to get the materials that you need for all of that stuff. So just a heads up, like, it'll say, oh, you need winning formula or door tomorrow to tomorrow. You can get them by doing these things, and it's like, just capture one of everything. you will get all of the materials that you need to enchant 3 triple AP weapons the way you need it. And make sure that you get triple AP weapons with 2 open slots, like these ones that I have right here. Like that one. See, it comes with triple AP, and I enchanted Overdrive to AP, and then you also enchant triple Overdrive onto it. Or customize, I guess. It's definitely like a grind. It's gonna take some time, you know? But just be patient, and once you have that level grinding going on, hold on. Once you have that level grinding going on, the rest of it is just experimentation. You know, go fight random enemies in the thing, get your stats up, whatever, and just go from there, and you'll be fine. If you're maxed out on old school RuneScape, then this is baby stuff. This is baby stuff. Thank you, Doges, for the sub gift to Wilder Rocks. Thank you. Now you gotta do 1 chunk man. Or 1 tile man. Okay. Iron Man, 1 chunk man combo. There you go. Who would be crazy enough to do that? I have a friend who did the 1 tile at a time. And he just maxed out his character that he did starting from 1 tile at a time until he unlocked more tiles. I forget how it works, but it's like you can unlock X amount of tiles after you level up a skill or something. Oh, fun. Oh my gosh, that sounds terrible. It's like you start off and it's like, herb lore. All right, I give up. Welcome. Oh, it's fine. We were able to get some levels. We did like a little mini grind. Well, not really a grind per se, because it's not a grind if it's like it takes 2 seconds. But we did like a half measure of the AP weapon thing. Got a bunch of levels. So now we're actually kind of cruising. I didn't even think about doing a half measure just to get levels, because like usually one of the first things you do is just try to advance in the current grid before you try to fill out the grid, and then you go back through the grid and perfect it, right? But I was trying to circumvent that by being able to just do the spheres first. But I thought that I just kind of went random inspiration of just doing like a half like a measure of an AP trick, just to kind of get in there, you know? Call him Tom Barry, or Tom, you know, Barrymore or something. I don't know. Okay, this is my spot now. 2 Schmeagles in a row. Let's go. I'm not sure if I've gotten all the bite bugs though. It's set. I may not have been paying attention to anything but Schmeagles. So. Schmeagle is good. Hobbits. I don't know what he says. Filthy hobbitses! Isn't it weird that, like, when I see Andy Serkis do Gollum's voice, it feels like that voice could come from that face? No, it's not a dig on him. It just like the way his face is, you know. But like, I'm pretty sure that when I watch myself do a Schmeagol voice, it does not look right. It feels like I'm doing a recording or something. I don't know if I'd want to play D&D Final Fantasy. I feel like that just, I don't know, man. It's like, I want to play Final Fantasy. If I want to play D&D, I'll play D&D, you know? My face looks like Schmeagol? Thank you. No, so the way you'll enchant your grinding weapon is it'll come standard with triple AP, and then you want triple overdrive, and then overdrive to AP. All three of those combined is godly AP. You won't need to do damage with this weapon. You'll just sit there and take hits until the fight ends, or until you think you have 99 levels, or until the Cactuar runs away. And it doesn't matter what order they're in, by the way. Triple AP, triple overdrive. AP to overdrive. Yep, we did it in a couple hours. We got everybody a weapon, including 5 for every boy character. Schmeagles, we need 5 more. We're just capturing. Get your fucking hands off of me, hobbitses! That's the Schmeagles right now. Like, whoa, whoa, buddy, whoa, relax. Riku's not a hobbit, okay? She's just short. What's our goal right now? To do our best! There we go. There's number 6. Yeah, she has hairy feet, but that's okay. It doesn't make her a hobbit. One of the cats was up on my desk. It was the one with whiskers and paw. What color was it? Were they? Probably gray. I'm pretty sure it was Chi. She's been jumping around in here, but I don't see her around right now. Yeah, that's Chi. Here, have a coconut. Oh, we got Schmeagle number 7. Love Schmeagle number 7. Oh wait, that's 9, isn't it? Love potion. Love potion number 9. Now here's a question. How many eyes did the cat have? The third eye that sees into your soul. C-A-T, no I.
For real?
Oh, damn. I was trying to catch you in an inaccurate description because you said you like to be accurate but not helpful. But she is missing an eye. But you got me instead. Thank you, Tots, for the 144 bids. Yeah, for real. Definitely for real. Clap. Accurate and never helpful, just like upper management. I believe one day. Yeah, don't forget to be professional blamer of somebody else. It's always somebody else's fault, remember. You left your parrot in the oven. How are you supposed to know? You know? Accurate and not helpful is something like, these numbers are whole numbers or something. And it's like, yeah, that's true, but it doesn't really help us, you know? I noticed the font you used is Times New Roman. Yep. Ah, black ink. Uh-huh. Accurate, but not helpful. We are certainly doing business. Yes. Business. What are we farming here? Your No, I'm just monster captures. We have to capture 10 of every monster. Empty toes, what's going on? He's just over there. Thank you, Joey, for the pointing out the chocobo and 321 bids. The giant yellow goose. Yeah, you know, it's not like there's been any precedent about Texas infrastructure being horrible in the increasingly cold winters over time that have caused significant issues to residents of Texas. So it's not like they knew better or anything. Capturing 10 of every monster is for grinding stats, grinding items, and also required in order to unlock Nemesis. I just need 3 more Schmeagles, but they're the rarest enemy in here by far. Yeah, you know, it's just that the state isn't supposed to profit, you know? There's this thing where everything has to be as a goose egg at the end of every budget. Ah, it's probably not important. On the hunt for Birdo. So she can spit eggs at me. Wow. What's up, Scars? Get him, Lulu. Let's have our black mage show you how it's done. Kill Moogle! What? No. Oh, hey, nice. This is a good formation because it'll let me know whether or not I'm done with bees. And I wasn't done with the bees, so now I am done with the bees, and I got another Schmeagle, which means I'm done except for 2 Schmeagles. I'm doing good. We're just doing our grind as we make our way towards penance. Just gotta do all the captures. Flip. Oh, you played the remaster on the Vita. Interesting. Wow. I guess there are people that exist that bought this game on the Vita. You're like a rare collectible. I'm 43, it's fine. We're all old here. You can bounce your save file between the PS3 and Vita? Well, that's cool. That's actually awesome. Wow, that's actually rad. That actually almost makes me want to get a Vita to do that. But then I realized that I just have the PS Portal. I just got this, so I could just do that instead. Oh my god, there's a whole bunch of people that got it on Vita, apparently. That's actually really surprising, Motzi. I mean, I guess there's not a whole lot that's been coming out this month, so there's not really a competition, but still, it's like it's been out for, what, 5 years, you know? And it just not being on the Switch, like, prevented so many people from being able to play it. Thank you, Lotto, for the 310 bits. There's a lot of feeds. And one could even say there's an infinite supply of feeds here. So there was an interview where they talked about like, yeah, you know, all 3 remake games will be on the Switch too, but they also said that they're going to be released in order, which means that Rebirth is probably going to get a launch on Switch 2 in several months from now. It's very possible that we actually have it out before Summer Game Fest. I don't know, like things are moving forward. We really might be getting Remake 3 news very soon. Oh, absolutely, Scars. That makes a lot of sense. I'm honestly like, I want a FF13 like remaster collection, because if we were to get that, we'd have everything on the Switch 2 except for FF15 and 16. You know, those kinds of things. I want all the Final Fantasies on a singular handheld device. I mean, I guess the Steam Deck kind of works, but not really. But yeah. One of these days, right? We'll have them all on a singular device. All right, that should be everything. So we're done with Besaid. Kilika. Not the Mian High Road though, which we'll get to when we get to Mushroom Rock Road. We gotta do all that. But then okay, all right, cool, good to know. Honestly, Asher, probably, yeah. And maybe even 16. Eat! The Switch 2 is about as powerful, a little bit more powerful than a PS4 Pro, from my understanding. So, I mean, anything a PS4 Pro can do, the Switch 2 can do, which means we're gonna get a lot of really good looking games on the Switch 2, which is really nice. It's also especially helpful that, like, fidelity is not really going to be increasing anymore. Not really, not for a long time, especially with the massively increasing costs of computer parts. People will be sticking with their old hardware for a long, long time. Okay, I think this is the one I wanted. No, I have FF7 Remake on PS4, PS5, and PC. I'm good. I'm platinumed it twice. Almost 3 times, actually. I don't need it on Switch 2 as well. Yes! Okay. There's our end. This should be accuracy. Ah, it's the evasion one. Okay. Well, we need evasion anyway, but what's the accuracy one? Is it lizards then? Might be lizards. In which case, if it's lizards, then we just gotta do Mushroom Rock Road and the finish up the Mian High Road. Right? No? Oh, it'd be Macalania. We can do Macalania. Hey, bud. Just need a few things for me real quick. Oh, that is not the thing that I want. Maybe that was a rare steel? Nope. Okay.
Water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water,
Water and water and water, water, water and water and water, water, water. It is a giant water thingy. Thank you, Joey, for the 800 bits. Oh, well, that's. I don't want to live. I just can't run away. I'm not allowed to run away. Curses! I have failed in my fight. Alright, maybe I'm missing the thing. Okay, so... Mechalani it is. Gotta go to the Macarena Woods. Yeet! It's to unlock all of the species and monsters and everything in order to do Nemesis. You have to beat everything once. Although the items that you get for it are very useful. So yeah, we have to capture 10 of every monster in order to do, well, in order to do penance, we don't need to do that, but you need to do it. you kind of sort of need to do it, because you need to get certain monsters unlocked, and through that, that's from doing other unlocks of other monsters, and like you could, I'm sure there's like a way to like min-max the captures to only capture the things that you absolutely need to, but for Nemesis, we have to capture 10 of everything. So sometimes there are less common monsters, and we just gotta wait until we get them all. Sweet Uber Panda. Hell yeah. I think the Evil Eye will be the only high evasion enemy we'll have to fight here, and it seems like we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, FF10 of everything. I should have done a little bit of other things, like get some XP while I was there. It's fine. Honestly, I don't need anything until I start my actual grind, so it's fine. You mean the Cavern of Stolen Faith? And yes, we got lots and lots and lots and lots of magic pots trying to get one damn ghost. Yeah, it was awesome. I hated it.
Burn to the ground!
I want to burn all the magic pots to the ground. Thank you, None, for the 177 bits. There's a Moff. I think we're done with Moff Dets now. We just need the Evil Eyes. I don't know if Evil Eyes can spawn in the woods. I'm fairly certain that they cannot. But I will say that considering I haven't done anything inside the woods, it might not be a bad idea to just go in the woods and do everything there. If there's no Evil Eyes, then I just come out here to finish the Evil Eyes. So I think it's just a net gain to just go in here and start doing this. It's not a fluke. No, the magic pots have a really high spawn rate. They spawn more than any other single enemy, and it's really annoying because you can't do anything with them, and they take forever forever to do their dumb shit. You know what? I think I'm just gonna walk back and forth through the forest. The reasoning is because there's a possibility that different enemies spawn in different parts of the forest. And if I just go back and forth, then I'll get a nice mix of everything. Wow, 3 chimeras in a row. Chimeras in a row is pretty unusual. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually the case for the Macalania Woods. I'm fairly certain they just kind of spawn. But the back half might have a higher chance of getting chimeras. Wasp. What's up, Lady Lord? Iguian. Marusu. There we go. Actually, yeah, not so bad. We got the Schmeagles pretty easily, and things are going pretty well, actually. Oh, I missed. Yeah, the setup can be weird because it's like you gotta find, like, you gotta poke and prod at the giant wall and see where the weak point is based on your current team, and then exploit it. You know, you can't just follow the same path necessarily, especially when you have dynamic incentive challenges that change the scope of your party and everything. You gotta adjust to the limitations that we impose on ourselves. And so we kind of didn't really know exactly where our inn was, and you know, I had to find my inn, and that's a little bit of RNG. But as you can see, the accuracy situation is a thing of the past. Hitting bees with like a 99% chance. That like when we get into the bigger bees and the floating eyes and all that kind of stuff, those we're not ready for. We will not have the accuracy for those just yet. But by the time we're done here, we will have the tools we need to improve our accuracy, which in turn will allow us to improve a lot of other stats. Oh, I have another idea. Chim chimera, chim chimera, chim chim charoo. Now you are dust. That's it. That's the whole song. There is no last part that rhymes. So yeah, when you get into the monster arena and start capturing enemies, there are a ton of monsters that you need in order to like get powerful. But they are more powerful than pretty much every boss in the entire game otherwise. So you have to like break past this wall of holy shit, everything is very powerful. And you can't typically do that with just like the stats that you've ended the game with or gotten to the end of the game with. So you need to acquire stats and acquire a lot of levels. And that typically starts with finding a way to grind a lot of levels. And the best way to grind a lot of levels is with AP weapons or triple AP weapons. And so getting those triple AP weapons for me is always the first step, but being able to defeat that enemy and capture those enemies that unlock him, that's an even bigger step, because especially with this team that doesn't have any accuracy whatsoever and no physical attack power, by the time if you go down their normal grids, it's not exactly something you can just go do. So we had to figure out like how we could get there to kill those things and then start capturing the things. And my trick was using sleep grenades to put them to sleep, which guaranteed hit rate. So I was able to capture all the floating eyes that I needed in order to unlock one eye, which in turn allowed me to use Aeons after boosting Yuna's magic a whole bunch in order to get the triple AP weapons. And then from there, I'm at the step after that. The step after that is doing massive AP grinds that will get us like 100 levels in 5 minutes, and then just going through the grid normally, which will give us a lot of stats that will break us past being able to just do everything that is not an arena boss, essentially, you know? How do you get to the tracker? What tracker? Tracker for what? You mean the splits? Like where we are in the race? Splits. I don't know what our difference in time is now, but when it was Seymour Flux, we were 3 seconds apart. At Seymour Flux, we were 3 seconds apart. 3 seconds apart. I don't want to know. Well, it's hard to tell. It's impossible to tell what the real difference is, because I did a grind that he did not do before he advanced the story. He immediately advanced the story to Inside Sin. I stopped and I went back to the Monster Arena and did a bunch of Monster Arena stuff. So I'm probably a couple hours behind him as per that, but we won't really know the actual distance in the race between us until we are at Penance or have killed Penance or have beaten the game. Because how we grind is gonna vary greatly between between us. So there's gonna be a lot of unknowns. The reality is that we are 3 seconds apart as of the beginning of the grind. Hello, Tiger! Right, my strategy was to take my time to get grinding options available to me very early in the game, so that when I went to grind, I would already be partly done and be able to get through it more quickly. His strategy was get to the end of the game as fast as possible and then go back and start, like he compartmentalized it, right? And I tried to overlap it. So like we both had very different strategies just from the get-go, so we won't really know the result of that ever, actually, because there's no common split that will let me know how much I saved, because the rest of the penance grind is so long that the time lost or gained could have come from anything. I did standard grid because there's more nodes and I'm more familiar with it. Alright, that's all blue elements. We need Iguions, Marusu, Zyphos. I'm surprised that the little lizards are the thing that I need the most of. I feel like there's more chimeras back here. I think I'll stick to the front half for the rest of this. And then I could just hit up the travel agency again, so I don't have to go through the second half again. There's Iguion. There's Marusu. Evil Eye, yeah. We already have our AP weapons, but we need to do one of every capture in order to unlock the last thing we need for triple overdrive, which all I need is Omega Ruins for that. And I already have, oh damn it, I already have most of the Omega Ruin stuff anyway. Oh yeah, you're supposed to get all of the blue ones, aren't you? Oh, you know what? I wonder if there's like a guaranteed enemy through this, or if it's just a random encounter. What's the break for strat for break damage limit? Ultimate weapons. Celestials. I've been thinking about it, and I'm probably gonna get everybody's Celestial. More than likely. I was thinking about like what it takes to get them, and what they do for being able to capture stuff. Like doing the Cactuar mini quest for Riku allows you to get Cactuars guaranteed. So you just do that quest and you get your Cactuars, done deal. There's Riku's weapon. Yeah, you gotta fight a ton of other things along the way, but you would be doing that anyway, trying to get Cactuars, right? So I think it's better. I think it's better to do Riku's quest anyway. That's why I haven't done Beacon El Desert, by the way. I was holding off on that, thinking, don't you get to fight the Cactuars in the minigame? And like, yeah, you do. So like, my take is, get the accuracy I need before I do that mini quest. So that,
real?
Yeah, so that I can capture them as I get her weapon. Saves me all the time in the world, and then I don't have to worry about making a customized Celestial weapon. Everyone has the girls, yeah, just the girls. Lulu, oh, I'm allowed to use no encounters for the Thunder Plains for lightning dodges, so I can get hers anytime I want to. In fact, all I need to do is just go and do that. The reason I haven't is because I won't be using my Celestial weapons until I'm ready for the grind, after I've captured everything. And I don't need Celestial weapons for the captures because you have to have your capture weapon equipped. So, yeah. I don't want to bother with Lulu's weapon right now. I'll get it later. Although, I have thought about doing it sooner than later because you do get a bunch of strength spheres. So, you know.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Tots, for the 123 bits. Wait, are there no encounters here now? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, they're definitely not optimal plans because we don't sit there and route our plan ahead of time, so it can't be optimal, but it is my plan. For better or for worse, that's my plan. I think it'll be fast enough, you know? There are Cactuars and then there are Quacktuars. Quacktuars are the Thunder Plains ones. I'm gonna try to do this. Like I actually legitimately do it. Yes. Yes, that kind of Quacktuar. Or honking, you know. Wow. How am I supposed to get through that wall there? All but one! Oh man, I almost got all of them. Damn. That would have been Kamari's sigil or whatever it is. And the only reason I thought about getting Kamari's sigil is because upgrading Kamari's weapon will result in what do you call it? Ixion being able to break damage limit. And any extra Aeon that can break damage limit will be helpful. So probably not, but you know, if it's like gonna take 2 seconds while I'm here anyway, and if I get encounters, I'm capturing anyway. So like, yeah, I just need the little tank it thingies, and I need the lizards, and that's it. Honestly, some of those encounters felt like they were guaranteed of the enemies that I needed, so I might go back and try the minigame again and see if I can get it. This minigame is also RNG, by the way, because the fluttering of the butterflies, it's not consistent. There's no like pattern where they're kind of back and forth or anything. It's just a chaotic mess. Like all the minigames in this game, they're not super great, unfortunately. Shame too, because the rest of the game is so damn good, right? At least you understand that butterflies are evil. Then everything's fine. You also have to preemptively know the path because the camera is so close that you can't see ahead of you. Where's the treasure? I got it.
Gimme, gimme.
Thank you, Joy, for the 321 and the 111 bits earlier. Thank you very much. DJ, thank you for 35 months. And Zyfree coming in with the raid. Hello. Sorry, I was a little focused there. Thank you very much for all the love and support. Welcome in. How's it going? What are you up to? Did you finally finish Horizon, or are you still beating your face against the ultra hard modes? Hey, question. Where's the treasure box you're supposed to get for completing that minigame? Do I go back to the previous room and open a box? Or is it in this room?
Treasure, la 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 la.
Act 2. Oh, so you still got about 800 hours left. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, and thank you for the raid. Thank you. But yeah, where is it actually at? Like, I don't want to screen transition and lose it, so I'm just kind of curious where it's at. Please answer. My timer is running. It's right here by the... here? So is this supposed to be it? What does right here mean? Oh, that's my last Digweon. My last Marusu. Good! Glad you're enjoying it. That's all that matters. Same screen with the butterflies. Okay, so I gotta go back to the previous screen. I don't see a treasure over there. I guess I won't be taking the airship back because I got all my captures. And I have to go. I'm foolishly making myself go back through here, but oh well. I don't see anything. Well, I got it, but I guess I didn't get it. Whatever, I'm over it. I know I beat the minigame. That was the last butterfly, but I guess it didn't give it to me. It doesn't matter. I should have. There's treasures both way, but the one that goes down is Kimari's sigil or crest or whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care enough to make a big huff about it. The treasure box wasn't there, even though I did the minigame. Doesn't matter. Like, it would just be Ixion break damage limit, which is completely unessential. So somebody gave me incorrect information. I was not supposed to transition to a different path. Well, whatever. Again, doesn't matter. Just another one of the dumb thing about this game's minigames. It's like, you do the minigame, and then the treasure's also hidden somewhere in the map, and it's like, how fucking dumb, you know? All the minigames in this game are pretty bad. Oh, right, I need to go to Lake Macalania again. I gotta get the evil eyes while we're down here. One. Bart. Two evil eye. I need 2 more. Like, I don't mind the butterfly minigame all that much. I think it's actually kind of easy. But, like, you have this, like, major issue with the depth perception because it's just, like, the butterflies are kind of flying around and you have this, like, side view of a 3D space. And you don't have 360-degree movement. You only have 8 directional movement. And the winding camera, the moving up and down, it's impossible to really tell, like, where the butterfly is. And then you have a lot of RNG of the butterflies flapping around, and then the camera is too zoomed in, you can't see them in time. You essentially have to memorize the route. It's really, really silly. Like, it's just a bad minigame. But thankfully, with a little bit of work, it's not so bad. Like, you can do it in a few attempts pretty easily. But still, it's and not to mention it making you fight tons of battles. It's in the middle of a zone already. Just annoying. Oh, all right. That should be all evil eyes. That's Macalania Woods done. All right, now we'll see if we have the lizard enemy and see if we can't do our accuracy grind. Fingers crossed.
You're counting.
Yeet! The ultimate lizard. Bum, 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 bum. With your powers combined, you are Pokey Power! Well, first off, I'm surprised it didn't kill it. Second, why does it feel like it did less attacks than it should have? This might kill it. Okay, don't give me dark matters or else I'm gonna be upset. That was not the accuracy enemy. Unless that was just bad luck. All right, you know what? have another idea to get accuracy. Coconut, don't do that. Hey, back it up. Come on, bud. Back it up, come on. Back that caboose up. Back it up. I cannot manage you and this at the same time, alright? So we're gonna have an understanding where you sit your fat ass down, or you're gonna see what the floor looks like, okay, bud? Good. Glad we understand one another. Look at him. Okay, I'm gonna guess 30 levels from that. Oh, Yuna didn't get anything? Why did Yuna not get anything? She should be set on Comrade as well. Hey, you can be over here, but you gotta behave, alright, bud? She was alive. Did none of the others get hit or something? That might have been it. Only Yuna took damage. Hey, stop. Dang, when you can go through the whole grid so quickly, is quite a bit here. .29 accuracy is really not that much. What is this one? Your name is in the way. Defense. Actually, I want it. No. Okay, 3 return spheres, so where can I return to? I'll return to here. Where is this? This looks like, oh, this is Riku's grid. Riku has the speed, and Mug would actually be pretty decent. I do need to get Bribe, which is like somewhere over here, right? Is this it? Bribe, yeah. Actually returning here and then going backwards would probably be better for her. She'd get a lot of the agility and she'd get some strength. I bet she has some accuracy too. Not a whole lot, but some. But I kind of wanted to get quick hit, but I kind of need Mug more, I guess. I could also Mug by capturing, and plus Lulu needs the speed, so I think it's best to return here. I actually like need Bribe anyway, like imminently I need Bribe, so yeah. Big edgy gains. What strength are these? Really? Wow, okay. As you can see, I'm getting very powerful very quickly. With Yuna, I'm going to take her to the back of Titus's grid. That way she'll be able to get quick hit, and then I'll be able to use like ability spheres with people, and that will allow me to teleport there with return spheres and get to those grids later on. But yeah, this is kind of a half-measure grind. I'm not going to get the big grind here by doing this, but I'll be able to get a lot of levels that'll help make the captures in Omega Ruins much more manageable. It'll give me tons of speed, tons of accuracy, tons of attack power, and just let me bash things real quick. So this is kind of like the intro to the grind. Oh, I have my capture weapons on. No wonder I'm not getting very much AP. Oh my god, and I still gained 30 levels. No, she has hers on. Okay, she does have hers on. She has hers on. Poor Yuna, she's not getting a turn to change her weapon. Oh, no, she's got it on. Okay. Huh. Maybe then just nobody else got hit by it? That seems weird. Oh, I gotta buy Phoenix Downs as well. I gotta remember to buy Phoenix Downs. Lady Ariana coming in with the raid. Hello, welcome in. What's going on? Welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta. How you doing? That's what I thought. I know I saw her get hit a lot, but I thought for sure I had her use a res on somebody, so I was very confused by that. What are you up to today? What's going on? Welcome in. For those of you that don't know, I'm BGG, and I've been streaming for over 10 years. I like a lot of things, but I definitely like a lot of retro and RPGs. Been video gaming since I was just a wee little lad, and I'm an old man now. But I like all sorts of stuff, so you're gonna see a very, very broad array of different things over here. But every year, starting December 1st, my friend Seven Sins and I do this thing called the Final Fantasy Fiesta, which is a big race through the entire Final Fantasy series of games. Prioritizing, obviously, the main games. We do those every year, and then some of the side stuff, depending on the year, we do different things. And this year we had like Dirge of Cerberus and Remake and some other cool things. So all sorts of different things every year. Right now, though, we have these particular rule sets for Final Fantasy X. We have to defeat Penance, Nemesis, and it's girls only. So we are currently preparing for the Penance fight by grinding some levels. How's the bum thumbs? I put some liquid bandage on them and they're not hurting, so there's that. If they're not hurting, then it's good enough. Boy, he's not running away. Which doesn't really matter. You can die, I think, and it's fine. I'm pretty sure anyway. But he does have to run away, so usually he runs away anyway. It's gonna be even better when I have triple overdrive on top of everything else. I'm fairly certain I can die here and still get the AP, but I'm not positive. And I'm worried now. So I'm gonna try and kill it. Well, maybe I'm not, actually. You know what? I'm just gonna die, and that way it'll answer my question, because I ran out of Phoenix Downs. I'm fairly certain I can die and still get the AP. Nope, I cannot. Son of a bitch! Okay, I forgot to buy Phoenix Downs, and the damn thing refused to frickin' run away. Usually it runs away after like 3 or 5 turns, and it just didn't run away. So that was frustrating. Just, if I didn't have bad RNG, I wouldn't have RNG at all, right? Like, Christ, dude. Just would not run away. I ran out of, I have 15 Phoenix Downs. At least I answered my question on whether or not, if I can actually die and still get AP. And I was even using lives whenever I could. RNGO2, yeah, that's pretty much my name. Anyway, for those of you that have been here, go follow Lady Ariana. She's awesome. She does like the Phantasy Star 4 randomizer stuff and just all around good person. So definitely worth a follow. Made me use a Mega Phoenix. You know, I don't want this many levels, nor do I need them, but like... I'm a little worried that I'm just gonna go through 99 Phoenix Downs here. Boy, Lulu's getting the business. Ah yes, one of my favorite musical tracks is 99 Phoenix Down, but Twitch ain't one. Definitely. I know exactly what that is. No, I do not have to hit him to run away. He's just being an asshole. I'm not sure why you're asking Jesus, though. RN Jesus. I'm going to try and kill this thing now, and we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I can even kill it, because he might just one-shot my Aeon. Or he's definitely going to one-shot my Aeon, but you know. I need a overdrive to reliably kill this thing. Bye, Mommy. Boy, I mean, look, I probably haven't capped my levels yet, but like, I don't want that many, and I'm worried that he's not gonna run away now. Take this! Uh-oh. That's bad. Well, I mean, we already fought it like 3 times and he ran away in those times and I got levels. Like, it's already happened. So that's why it's worrying me. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's already happened. We've already been doing this. And I've done it a million times in the past myself. Like just by playing the game. Or even like last time we did penance, you know? So, why? I'm gonna need an overdrive, and that's gonna require unequipping Yuna's weapon, and I'm just not comfortable with that. But maybe that's what I gotta do. Just unequip it real quick for the... overdrive. Watch I unequip my weapon and he runs away, and Yuna gets like 5 levels instead. Okay, the AP is dynamic. The AP is dynamic, so it's fine. This is the product of the grind, and this is only the half measure grind, where like the other grind would be better because it would have triple overdrive on top of this, so I'd have like 9 times more AP than this. What's our strength at? Oh, okay, it's gonna be at 60. Cool. So we're actually done then. The only thing we need to worry about now is accuracy. And by taking Yuna to the end of Titus's grid, I do believe that's the second most accuracy you can get because she's already gone through Waka's. Well, not all of it. Is it worth going down here for the rest? I mean, there's like a little bit of speed, 3 accuracy, 5. Not a whole lot, but if I go back here to where quick hit is, where is it? There it is. The accuracy Titus gets, there's 4. Probably more, yeah, and then up here. Yeah, okay, that's the way to go. All right, so we're gonna go over here and get quick hit. So we're gonna use a return sphere. Whee! Whee! We're not done with monster captures yet. So getting 60 strength means that I can basically 9999 most enemies without too much trouble. And you don't put break damage limit on a capture weapon because that would be moronic. So that's why. We have only just begun, my friend. Getting myself a bit over 60 strength also will help me do more damage to enemies that have like defensive qualities, even though I do have armor break. Gotta break this down anyway. Well, yeah, let's do it. Pretty sure that's 4 strength. But yeah, I want about 30 or 40 accuracy, and that's kind of what I was sort of hoping to do here, is boost my accuracy as well for flying enemies and evasive stuff. And we're kind of there, but like, not quite, you know? And that's kind of part of the issue. But I mean, it's all fine. It's all part of the same process, right? So yeah, the agility will really help. Oh yeah, before I go, I do want to do a bribe. Oh, almost got Hastega as well. That'll help. Even though I'll probably be doing auto, well, I'll definitely be doing auto haste, just not immediately. Oh, you're doing FF10 as well? Hell yeah! Oh my god, so much agility needed for Lulu. Thank you. She can go finally. She can get turns. Funny enough, I think Riku's grid actually has more magic than Lulu's grid does too. So I mean, it's like. It doesn't matter now because it's all going to be about basic attacks, but still. Holy is very good, yeah. Holy, I think, as far as like regular single target spells goes, has the biggest coefficient. But by the, like, if you're doing like ultra endgame stuff, magic kind of drops off really, really hard. All right, how far back through Rocco's grid do we really want to go? We're pretty much at the beginning of it. What's up, Durian? 3 accuracy, 2 strength, 3 accuracy. I think I'll go to that 3 accuracy. The rest of it is very low. Okay, yeah, we'll go to here. The left path is the end of Lulu's grid where there's flare. Gary Holmes a buster! Alright, now I'll probably use a skill sphere to get quick hit. And then I'll use a return sphere to get over here. I think Lulu's gonna, if I can't get a skill sphere somewhere else, I think Lulu's gonna have to use a special sphere or something like that to learn, I don't know, something else. Yay, haste to go finally after I don't really need it because I'll pretty much be having auto haste at this point, which reminds me. Alright, let's save it. And then I think it's the Mac. Oops. Sorry, I'm managing my capture list. Lotto, thank you for the 110 bits. Makia. Who has bribe? Lulu? Something like that. Yeah, okay. And then does she have on? She has the right one on. Okay. Now, let me check my accuracies. 27, 26, and 39. I think 39 is enough. Like, that's, like, as long as I got one person that can reliably do it. And what's her agility versus everybody else's? Everybody's about the same agility. Okay, whatever. But she also has auto haste, so not to mention 66 agility is like, we're gonna be lapping everything. So at this point, we are good to go. We are green road lit to just do all the rest of the captures with minimal like pushback at all. So we're gonna start from the early on, obviously, but we gotta do, I wanna say I wanna go to Mushroom Yeet. Mushroom Yeet Rock. Oh, that's the God Hand one. Whoopsie.
You're count.
Oh yeah, the Jose High Road puts you at the beginning of it. Yeah, this is what I want. All right, cool. And then we go backwards through Mushroom Rock. We're pretty much done with everything for the most part. We just need Epirias and then zoos, basically. We should have a Yeet counter? Yeah, it's like 5 million right now. Well, 5,000,003 exactly. That's soft, I don't care. We have a little tracker website thingy that keeps track. Because otherwise, yeah, no thank you. There's like little documents that people have made as well. Do I not have my capture weapons on? Thankfully, the haste on Lulu's armor makes the very, very slow Moogle attack a little bit faster. Because otherwise, oh my god. We have like all of these, right? Thunderflan, Floating Eye, Voiver, yeah. Those are like Mushroom Rock Road. Those aren't even Mushroom Rock, those are Mia and High Road. We did get a raptor though, didn't we? You got a hunk of metal, congratulations. I can power his weapon up and then use Yojimbo to break damage limit now, which I can't overdrive with Yojimbo because of, you know, Zanmodo is not allowed, but At least I can attack to break damage limit with Yojimbo if I need to for whatever reason. So there's that. Maybe it's like a cavity, you know, it's like a deep cavity that they can you know, insert into. Oops. Hyperia. Oh, not a raptor. That's Jose? No. What the frick is from Hyperia? Oh, Mushroom Mihan High Road. Right. That's right. I said I was not going to worry about Mihan High Road captures finishing it because I can get the Hyperias through here. But I will eventually have to go to Mihan High Road and finish the Hyperias because I only got one. I can just use a Chocobo to get there, yeah. That's fine. I'll leave that then. Alright, we're gonna basically just walk to the end of this place because we want zoos, and we're pretty much done with everything else. That's done, and then the red element, we already have 8, so we're almost done with that. We only have one Garuda, so yeah. And we haven't even done anything here. All we did was like go get the God Hand, pretty much, and then we messed around with Mihan High Road has a lot of the Mushroom Rock Road captures, so yeah. All right, Raptor, we need a lot of those. We're done with those, and then that should be the last red element. Okay, we're done with those then. Boop! More raptors! More Lametsus! Good. We still need those two. Although I would really prefer Garudas because the raptors and the Lameshus are the last we need, so aside from the Garudas. So, you know, we only have one Garuda. We pretty much have 10 of everything else, so, you know. Give me some Garudas! But the good news about this grind right now, this is one of the reasons why I did it this way, I don't have to micromanage my actions at all. Everybody can one-shot everything in here, and they will be able to one-shot everything leading up until, like, Mount Gagazet, pretty much. And even then, I'm going to 9999 everything there. So, like, I don't have to micromanage who can hit what, or, you know, who can do enough damage, or bringing out Aeons to bring things down, or anything. I just hit X until I capture everything, and that's it. It takes away a lot of the, like, it makes it way faster, for one, and it takes away a lot of the, like, strain of micromanaging every action. It's just go in, hit the button a bunch, and wait until I get all my captures, and then leave. So, how's everybody doing? Because I'm just going to run around in circles and press X button a whole bunch of times. How about you? It's part of my video game library in the background, yeah. I have another shelf in front of me with my more modern stuff, Switch, PS3, or PS4, PS5. And I don't think, is everything visible? Oh, that's the last raptor I need. I've done some Archipelago multi-worlds. They are really fun. I have a bunch of friends who like to run them regularly, and I don't have the time to keep up with all of them, but If you want to see a full list of all the games that I have physical copies of, there's I think it's !games. I keep a list and I curate it regularly. I think there's a handful of games that I haven't added to it, but that's about it. But you can check the list of all the games that I have like physical copies of, and that's just a lifetime of video gaming. Been gaming since Intellivision was new, so it's been a long time. I don't know if there are more Garudas up here or down there or at all, as long as I'm at the end. But I'll run around here a bit. Well, Major Boss, we're grinding for the Dark Aeons first. I mean, it's Penance and Nemesis. We both have to do both, but you can see the rules underneath me. Just press an X and run around in circles, Liquid. How about you? Yay, Azu. I mean, Garuda. Well, considering I went all the way down Mushroom Rock Road and got 0 Garudas, and then I came up here and got one, I think we'll just sit up here. Well, this is an annual thing we do. We every year, starting December 1st, we play through the entire Final Fantasy main numbered entry series of games with unique challenges and objectives every year. We're also not allowed to run away from any encounter, so it's fight or die, which is actually ends up being one of the more difficult parts of the Fiesta. But this is our 10th year of doing annual playthroughs of the Final Fantasy series. And we have every year normally there are 2 different things that can happen, like, you know, 2 objectives. Wow, 3 Garudas in a row. Holy crap. So this, like, normally it'd be like, you know, fight Nemesis and then not allowed to use special spheres or something. But this year we added a 3rd one, so it's Penance, Nemesis, and Girls Only. So all these different limitations or objectives come into play and work against each other. On top of not being able to run away from encounters, we don't RNG manipulate, we don't glitch the game, and we just kind of go in. We don't pre-route it either, you know? We go in with our knowledge of the game and go, okay, let's do it, and figure it out as we go. And I will say that because it's a race and we don't want it to go, you know, forever, a lot of the challenges don't always end up being like extremely ultra challenges like level 1 FF9 or something like that, because that would take, you know, a month just for that alone. They tend to be pressure, but mostly trying to like kind of upset the status quo of how we handle things. Oh, I love them all. I love all the Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy has been a part of my life since I was just a wee lad, and it's continued to be a big part of my life going forward. And I've not had a Final Fantasy that I didn't like, so I'm good. Thankfully, you know. And I'm a pretty harsh judge of game. I review every game that I play whenever I play it new, and I'm very adamant about, you know, 5 out of 10 being the average, not 7 out of 10. And I criticize pretty harshly but fairly, and I've not met a Final Fantasy game that I don't like. So I just love them all. Alright, Yuna against an armored target hit for 5k. That's good news. It's very good news. That means that, what is her strength, like 80? Yeah. Oh, 102 on Riku. Way to go, girl. I gave Expedition 33 perfect 10s, actually. Well, it's important to note that 10 is not a perfect game. It just means extremely high tier. There's only 2 games that I've given all 10s to, and one was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and then the other was Expedition 33. Technically, I gave him one. No, yeah, I gave him out of 10 because I wasn't doing 1 out of 100 at that point. Even Remake didn't get all 10s. Remake got like, I think 2 9s and 3 10s. You can see all my reviews. Somebody posted the document, the exclamation mark VC command there. That's the document that I use to review games. All the games that I've ever reviewed are right there, which is like 6 years of personally chosen games and 10 years of viewer chosen games. So yeah. I love the track here. It's such a good music track for the zone. Yeah. Ephemeral Fantasia, yeah. Look, the review is right there for all to see, you know? I don't have to tell you how I feel. It's right there. Right. Damn you, Hildebra. For a second, I was taking you seriously. A lot of people, like, it really kind of bugs me, though, because you make an interesting point about how, like, 10 does not mean perfect. I've talked to people that say, oh no, no game is perfect, so it can't ever get a 10. And it's like, then you're not judging on a 1 to 10 scale. You're judging on a 1 to 9 scale, you know? So yeah, I actually judge on a 0 to 100 scale, which makes it a little bit easier. That leaves some room for nuance. And no game has ever gotten perfect 100s. Thank you, Play It Asic, for the 144 bits. For real. Yep. Although I only started doing 1 to 100 for the last, like, what, few months or something, so I need to go back and adjust some of my scores with like, that in mind. It'll be hard to go through everything that from the past several years and be accurate, though, but I'm going to do my best with the most recent stuff first. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy X is definitely one of my favorites. And speaking of the Final Fantasy Fiesta, Seven Sins, my partner in crime, my race opponent, in this glorious event, coming in with the raid. Thank you, Seven and Sinners, for the raid. Hello, welcome in to Final Fantasy Capturing Monsters. Yeah. It's time to capture monsters for a while. What are you up to? Thank you for the raid. How's things going on your end? Ocarina of Time was definitely revolutionary for its time, and it deserves its accolades. However, it did not age super well, unfortunately. But I mean, for its time, it didn't need to age well. It would be scored based on how it is at the era, not how it is now. You know. No N64 game aged well. Mostly because of the frame rate, but yeah. Well, you know, Alan, I think that's actually an accurate statement because it's the only one he knows the taste of. So, I mean, it would be simultaneously his favorite and least favorite to taste Final Fantasy, you know? So, accurate, actually. Gex. I mean, I agree. I think it set the tone for games for the future. It has a solid system. I would say the biggest issue with Ocarina of Time is just the camera jank and the like lack of quality of life, you know, that older games had, plus the frame rate. But other than that, yeah, you're absolutely right. And it still has like really good puzzles that are up to today's standards. Let's see if we can a mod give Seven Sins a shout out, by the way, because, you know, we should all be following Seven Sins to be that other half of the race there. Favorite beer of choice? I wouldn't say I have a favorite, but I do tend to prefer lagers. I'm not big on darker beer. It just, I don't know, it just kind of overwhelms the palate, I think. But ales, pilsners, even IPAs and lagers tend to be my go-to. My everyday beer kind of thing is Blue Moon or Tsingtao or Dos Equis, usually. Mods are snoozing on the job. That's okay. Oh, there we go. No, I was talking about Dos Equis, which is a beer, but close enough. Unless you're a beer, in which case, how you doing? No worries. I don't have any kids that I know of. Well, it's true. Yeah, I got 7 cats. You know what I haven't seen is any more of the Lamashtu, the big lizard things. Like, they just don't appear up here at all, which is crazy, because I still need 2 of those. You know, maybe it's better if I go to the bottom of the elevator, because I bet I could get those along with Garudas. That's usually where I farm Garudas. Oh yeah, I forgot to knock, I'm sorry. I even had a plan to send you a message and be like, I am the one who knocks in the night, or something like that, you know? Everybody finds value in different things. I mean, kids can be a hassle, but they're kids, you know? It's up to us as parents to teach them. Yeah, enjoy the lurk, 7. Thank you for the raid, and everybody, welcome into the Final Fantasy Fiesta. Go follow 7 Sins, and of course, kick your feet back, relax, and enjoy lots of Final Fantasy goodness. Well, it's not the original, because we're playing the HD remaster this year, but we have played the PS2 version many times in the past. But we don't mod or do fan versions of games. We play the game, not somebody else's version of the game. All right, so I've always had pretty good luck with Garudas over here as well, but I feel like I could get those things. Yeah, there we go. I need 2 more of these. At the end of the day, the Final Fantasy Fiesta is a celebration of the franchise. We want to lift these games up and showcase them and show them off and enjoy them with a neat objective in mind on top of that. So playing modded versions or anything like that is kind of against the spirit of it. The only time we'll do any kind of modding is like when we do the PC version of FF13 rather, because of the memory issue that causes crashing, and we use a fix for that. We'll be doing FF12 after this, and then FF13, and then 15, and then 16, and then Final Fantasy Tactics, the remaster. And then there is a hidden mystery game as well. Yes, it's definitely gonna be fucking, oh my god, the Crystal Chronicle 1. Whatever it's called. What a terrible game. I actually met somebody that thought that game was good. I'm not kidding. Like, look, there's no accounting for taste. There's even people that like Ephemeral Fantasia, but Crystal Bearers is not even a game. It's like it's a what do you call it? It's a tech demo at best. There's barely even any game in there. Like I don't know, maybe they did the bikini scene where you do the girls do the butt slapping and knock people off the thing, and they thought this is peak content, and that was the end of it or something. But like, come on, man, the game has no gameplay, no value, nothing. What a garbage trash heap of a thing that is. And it really is more of a tech demo than a game, and it's just terrible. But I met someone who thought that was peak gaming, and I just okay. You got your taste, I guess. Whew, but boy, man. I don't know. I feel like I'm not gonna trust you to give me advice on what game to play if that's one of your favorites, you know? Oh, well, there really isn't a story, you know? That's like when I make a comment like that, it's usually because it's completely lacking whatever that thing is. But they definitely tried to have a story by having like characters being positioned and having dialogue, but it doesn't really have a story. It's not there. It's just like, lol, yeah, story, okay. I love FF10. I think FF10 gets a lot of flack because of the hype behind it. And it didn't, like, I don't know, it was a little overhyped, but I still think it's a brilliant game. But like, part of the problem with FF15 is that it's easy to see where the flaws are. And people have this really big problem with video games and media in general, where they continue to judge a game for what it isn't and not for what it is. So you didn't have extra zones to explore and do things in, so that's automatically a flaw. Never minding the fact that like what you already had was plenty, the world is huge. But then when you go to a new area and it's not also an open world zone that you can explore, it seems like it's a flaw, and it's not. It's just that's where the game starts to like pinch down into a linear narrative because of the gameplay matching the narrative and all that kind of stuff. And so I feel like it's one of those things where people only see like the very like it's easy to see where there might have been something missing and don't consider the things that are actually there. It's like with Final Fantasy VII Remake, people get mad because it's not a one-for-one remake, and it's like, why would a remake be one for one? That seems like a pointless remake, you know? It's a remake. Like, let them be a remake. Let it be whatever it wants to be. Stop holding it to this candle of the original. And let's be honest, the remake is significantly better than the original, simply because of like 25 years of game design that have progressed and evolved and changed and allowed us to have better games in general. And, you know, there's nostalgia playing this heavy part about like trying to get that feeling of what it was like when we were a kid and we were wowed by this thing. If you were a kid and you got FF7 Remake, you would have gotten that feeling of wow, ooh, look at this, amazing. But you're not a kid anymore. You don't have that innocence anymore. You can't ever get that nostalgic feeling anymore, ever again. It's not gonna happen. So you best like treasure your memories, but just learn to appreciate what's new and acknowledge it, that it's different, and move on, you know? Because you're never gonna get that sense of wonder that you had as a kid until, like, I don't know, aliens are discovered and come to Earth, or we, you know, go to another planet and then it's like everything's new again, you know? Well, FF15 has its flaws. It's not a perfect game, but it's definitely exceptionally good. The car driving is only when you're going to a new area. You can fast travel after that. You choose to ride in the car because it's a nice vibe and it's chill, you know? It's like a flight path in World of Warcraft, you know? You hit the flight path, you go fly somewhere for a couple minutes, and then you continue your game. Anyway, the point I'm getting at is that too many people complain about a game for what it isn't. Oh, it isn't turn-based, thus bad. And it's like, that has nothing to do with it. That's not a factor. It's not a legitimate factor of criticism, you know? I feel like it's very common for people to say 6 to 10 are the cream of the crop because that's where the vast majority of people grew up in. No, but the vast majority of people always say after 5. Well, guess what? We in the US or in the EU, you didn't even get 5. So of course there's no nostalgia for it. How interesting. How crazy that it just happens to start at 6, where there's no nostalgia for anything. And most people didn't really play 4 or 1 for that matter, because the age of the gamer is expanding. So yeah, interesting. It's almost as if there's a direct correlation to favorite Final Fantasy in the first Final Fantasy that you played, or in general game era in which you grew up in, because nostalgia plays a heavy factor in that kind of stuff. It's not the game that you love, it's the sense of wonder that you got from it. And that being said, the games are awesome as well, but like, Final Fantasy 6 through 10 are not the best Final Fantasies. They're just not. And they're not bad, but the ones that are the ones that are good are all of them. You just have more nostalgia for 6 through 10. See, there you go. You never played 1 through 5, and thus you have that cutoff. See? It's right there. Plain as day. I didn't say that. I didn't say they're better. I said none of them are better. I said they're all good, but the ones that we tend to find or suggest are better are the ones we have nostalgia for. Oh, like remake? I didn't say remake was better just because it's modern. I said it's better because there's 25 years of game design evolution that are present in the game. It's just a better, more well-crafted, more robust game, like, period. It's not because it's new, it's what we've gotten through those years. But there are plenty of modern games that are worse than old games. It's not just because it's new. It's the things that come with that. With a competent developer working on it. No, there's a nuance you're not getting. Because it still takes competency. The newness is not what makes it good. It's the newness with the competency. I didn't say it was a guarantee. I specifically mentioned competency many times. It requires a competent developer to make a good game, period. But if you have all these new tools and all these new methods and like original ideas over the years and like polish and gameplay design that have evolved over all these years, you're gonna have a much higher chance of making a better game today than you would have 30 years ago. But the developers did amazing things back then. I'm not saying old games are bad, but I am saying people give new games way too hard of a time. And generally speaking, on average, newer games tend to be just better because of that. But it still takes competency. It just was a random anthology of games, and you're like, cool, these are fun. All right, we need one more Garuda. Nice, we're getting close.
Burn to the ground!
I mean, your opinion is that 13 was horrid, but I think 13 is fantastic. And so do like 12 million people. So 13 was incredibly popular and very well received. 13 was so well received, even the side sequel games sold really well. Thank you, Lotto, for the 177 bits. Informed opinions, rabble, rabble, rabble. We don't do that here. Yeah, like at the end of the day, we all have our different tastes and preferences. I'm gonna say I love Final Fantasy 13, and like a dozen people are gonna be like, what? That game sucked. And it's like, well, no, I mean, that's just like what you felt about it. But what you can see is the general community feedback of these games. And generally speaking, every single Final Fantasy has a very, very robust population of fans that love the game. And there's no single main Final Fantasy that is bad. No, it's common to hate on FF13, but it's just a vocal minority of loud people that insist on like making loud claims against FF13. Like Final Fantasy 2 is easily the worst Final Fantasy just because of how dated the design was and how it didn't age very well. Nobody says shit about 2 almost ever because it wasn't in their lifetime that it even came up, so they don't have this like deep-seated distaste for it because of like that's their entire personality or whatever, you know? So it doesn't register on their radar. They don't even know about it. Nobody talks about it. We didn't get it in the US. Nobody even talks about 1, you know, because it's so old, right? But 13, I got words to say about that because that's a Square Enix game and not a Square Soft game. Rabble, 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 you know? All right, I think we got to go back to Mian High Road really quick, and then get some enemies there. We'll grab the Chocobo here. Oh, it definitely is, Jazzy. It definitely is. All of the Final Fantasy games performed extremely well. Like like this. Final Fantasy IX is the worst performing game of all the Final Fantasy series. That must mean that Final Fantasy IX is the worst one, right? Yet you don't hear anybody say anything negative about FF9, except for, oh yeah, trans sucks, and the slow combat or something. But then it's like, it's almost like a sin to say anything negative about FF9 after that, right? But every other Final Fantasy is performed extremely well, and generally speaking, if you talk to just fans who aren't on the internet being keyboard warriors, they just have good things to say about them. Because fans don't typically go out of the way to make negative comments, they just go and enjoy things. Or rather, they don't go out of the way to make positive comments, would be more accurate. It's not the least known one. The reason FF9 sold the worst, and I'll tell you why, it has nothing to do with how good or bad or anything it is. It's because it came out the year that the PS2 came out. So nobody was buying video games, they were buying, they were saving for the next console, the next hot console. But Final Fantasy XII, wildly well received. Final Fantasy XIII, wildly well received. Final Fantasy XIII is so well received, especially in Japan, that they used Lightning to model for high-end brands like Versace, and she even had her own clothing line in Japan. That's how popular FF13 and Lightning was. Final Fantasy XIII as a game, I want to say FF12, I want to say every single Final Fantasy except for the most newest ones because of age, have sold over 10 million copies, which is by far the best performing RPG series in the world, if you don't count Pokemon, which I don't, but anyway, that's another argument. But like, the point I'm making is that all the Final Fantasies are well loved, but ever since Square Soft was a thing instead of Square Enix, all of a sudden they're this vocal minority of people that insist that anything past 10 is bad, and it's just hate towards Square Enix merger over Squaresoft. Guess what? The failure of the movie is not why Squaresoft merged with Enix. They were already gonna do it. In fact, during the merger talks, after the movie, they were already in talks for a merger, then the movie failed, and then Enix said, hey, you got some stuff going on, we're gonna take a step back and let you guys figure it out, and then we'll come back and talk about it later. And then they end up going through the merger anyway. So there isn't some like Enix gobbled them up bullshit that people seem to think, and that's why Square Enix is bad or whatever. But I tell you what, that's the reason why there's a lot of distaste for the Square Soft titles over the the Square Enix titles over the Square Soft titles. What's wrong with 13? Nothing. It's a good game. I don't really know the FF14 drama, but I mean, that's not really a whole Square issue. That's just the FF14 team. You know, that has nothing to do with the rest of their games. Like, that's just FF14, so. You know, Jazzy, people don't really give a shit about Metacritic a lot of the time, especially from older games, and there has been a massive amount of like review bombing in that regard, and Metacritic had to start deleting reviews and stuff for newer release games. So it's not really a valid source, in my opinion. I mean, there's plenty of things wrong with Final Fantasy XIII. It's not a perfect game. I'm just saying, like, the implication of what's wrong with 13 is suggesting that it's some kind of massive failure, and it's not. It's a perfectly fine game. It's exceptional, in fact. Yes, Final Fantasy X hides its linearity better than 13, but at the end of the day, they're both linear. In fact, linearity as a complaint is probably, like, if you say the linearity is the problem with FF13, you've lost the argument, because it's the most pointless, irrelevant complaint you could possibly have. Linearity has nothing to do with quality. In fact, the vast majority of your games are all linear. All of them. Every single one. I'm not saying it's only hate for Square Enix tech side. I'm saying that feeds a lot of it, though. That was where it started, and it's kind of like that's how they get more people to join the bandwagon. No, it didn't, Nori. I mean, it didn't change because of the merger. It changed because technology was changing at a rapid rate, and so what was possible to do in a video game was rapidly changing. Final Fantasy 12 was already made by Squaresoft. Like they were like 3/4 done with development before the merger even took place. So Final Fantasy 12 was already a Squaresoft title. It just so happened that it got they merged right before it came out, so it became a Square Enix title. So you already had this change of a more active action-based thing. Even Hironobu Sakaguchi himself said Final Fantasy has always been moving towards a more active action-based style, hence the ATB. When they brought that up in FF4, they've always wanted to go action. Games like Secret of Mana were basically testing grounds for whether or not they could do action gameplay on the SNES. Alright, that's my last Eperia. Well, yeah, I mean that's the whole point, Vex. That's the gameplay matching the narrative. You're supposed to feel oppressed and like you're being like funneled into a hole because you're on the run, you're fugitives. Final Fantasy always does this thing where the gameplay matches the narrative, and you're supposed to feel that through the game to enhance the narrative for that reason. That's why it's like that. That's why it opens up at the end when it does, because you're free of that. That's the whole point.
You're counting up.
All right, next area. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Thunder Plains? Yeah, I think it's Thunder Plains. Let me see. Jose, Mushroom Rock, and Thunder Plains. Eat, eat. What's this? You know what? I could do my lightning bolts right now. I don't know if I have the thing yet. Okay. We're allowed to use no encounter for dodging lightning bolts. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Hello? Shouldn't it be right there? Ow. Alright, I'm going to take this off because I can't find it, so I feel like it's cheating if I keep it on while I look. I thought it was right there, but I guess it's not. That's my last gold element, so that's nice. It's just Iron Giants and Cactuars at this point. Familiarity and expectation. So then when you went from Final Fantasy 3 to Final Fantasy 4 with the ATB, you should have been mad, right? Or how about going from ATB in Final Fantasy 9 to no ATB in Final Fantasy 10? You should have been mad about that too, right? Clearly, right? Surely? Final Fantasy 12 is still turn-based, by the way, and it still uses ATB. It just has you able to move on the map in the field. That's literally the only difference. FF13 is basically turn-based as well. It's just a lot more intense and uses its own little system on top of that. So they're all essentially still turn-based, but there's this slow crawling approach towards active and action, you know? And that's kind of like the whole thing with Final Fantasy, is they've been doing that for years. And when the technology finally allowed them to go all out, well, that's what you got. I completely disagree with both of those, Jazzy. The characters are amazing, and I love the story. I think what hurt FF13's story is the slew of like proper terminology that gets front-ended without properly elaborating on what it is through explaining it to a player character of some kind. But once you understand that, it's fantastic, and the writing is top-notch as well because the characters feel human and real. At least as far as they can for a video game, you know, that's trying to have personality that's very large. Yeah, party members are also one of those irrelevant factors for what makes a good Final Fantasy. Is this it? No, I don't disagree with you, Vex. I love the combat of 13 because I understand it. But the first time I played it, I definitely struggled with it. I do think that it doesn't do a good job of explaining things. Or rather, I do think it does a good job of explaining things. I don't think it does a good job of explaining the importance of it, but it doesn't want to just tell you, here's the best way to play this game, you know? It wants you to understand the systems and then experiment. Is this it? I don't think that's it. I thought this was it because it's near the tower. No. Would I be against a Final Fantasy with random encounters? No, I think that's fine. I think if they were going to do something like that, they would do it right. So I have faith that Square will make a good game for Final Fantasy 17. I don't care what the systems are as long as they're good. Yeah, but the game should not have to explain its story in a data log. Like, I love Final Fantasy 13, I think it's a fantastic game, but there are some very glaring flaws, like the proper terminology and the complexity of the combat not being quite as intuitive as it could be. Those are factors of the game, but once understood, obviously, you know, you have a very good game on your hand. The only reason you could possibly have an argument about Final Fantasy 13 not having iconic characters is because it's only like, it's a new game in an era where gaming was like excessively like overrun with games. But even then, Lightning is quite iconic. Nice. Getting those cactuars real fast. A game is not bad because it has no party members. That's not really, that's a personal opinion. Like, you don't like it because it doesn't have party members, but once again, it's not a factor of what makes a game good or bad or anything like that. It's a non-factor. Bad design, poorly polished, bad writing, bad dungeon design, you know, systems that don't make sense. Those are factors of bad video games, and Final Fantasy doesn't have that. Okay, where is the dang divot? Guess what makes a real Final Fantasy game? It has Final Fantasy in the name. That's it. That's the only prerequisite. I would say there's an attempt at trying to make as good of a game as you possibly can. And it's always about being the best as you possibly can, like trying to do your very, very best. But yeah. A Final Fantasy? Yeah. Guess who said that? Guess who said that thing that I just quoted? Guess who said it? None other than Hironobu Sakaguchi! Yoshi P said what makes a Final Fantasy is always trying to be the best. Hironobu Sakaguchi said what makes a Final Fantasy is that it's called Final Fantasy. It could be anything. So it was kind of a combination of both, actually. But still, the important factor was Hironobu Sakaguchi saying that anything is a Final Fantasy. It's about the artist's vision about what they want to make as a video game. Well, he was the producer, actually, so arguably a higher role. Maybe this is the divot. Maybe I just gotta go this way. That's the divot. It's the divot. I'm positive this is it. Why am I not getting a lightning bolt? It's important to note that we all have our own personal tastes and preferences. But tastes and preferences they're not facts. They're opposite of facts. You know, opinions are literally the opposite of fact. You have to try to take realistic measures on whether or not you want to call something bad. And the realistic measures are things that are like tangible, right? Not things that are artistic opinions, right? This is definitely it, but like, why am I not getting a reliable lightning bolt here? Maybe they removed the divot exploit? This seems right. There we go. Mm-mm.
Are you still playing this thing?
Good boy.
Mm-mm.
I'm so nasty!
Surprise, bitch! Oh man, we got him good. See, look at his eyes. Hee-haw.
Burn to the ground!
What a stupid mission. What a stupid mission. What a stupid mission. What a stupid mission. What a stupid mission.
Let me kiss that boo-boo better.
Just this very morning, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
Good boy.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's 200. But we're gonna, actually I think it's like 215 to be honest. But I'm gonna go a few more just as a precaution. But good lord, at about 150, I really thought I was gonna lose it. Because I'm pretty sure that I lost count of 10 at that point. So I was like, great, I have no idea where I'm in now because of you guys. It's just like, oh, I was trying to hold it together, but I'm pretty sure we got it, so yeah.
Surprise, bitch!
Oh.
Oh man, we got him good. See, look at his eyes.
Yeah. Also,
Oh.
like, my face itches, my legs itch, everything itches. I couldn't stop. I want to do like 3 more.
Sloppy.
What? I got over 200 easy. That wasn't slow. I got to take this off now. Whew. Well, you guys did your best to mess me up, but I think I got it. I'm pretty sure I got it. If I don't got it, I am dumb. You guys went ham. Jeez. Oh my gosh. Hopefully the conversation remains civil. I know there was a lot of talks about what makes a Final Fantasy and da-da-da-da-da-da, you know, and I tried to reinforce that like Final Fantasies are all good. What makes the difference between whether or not you like one or not is personal preference and taste and everything, and I wanted to reinforce that idea before I started, because some people, you know, like irrelevant things like party members or like style of combat, they're not factors of quality, they're factors of preference. And as long as they're well made, I don't care, you know, and I wanted to reinforce that before I started doing that, because I knew I wasn't going to be able to really pay attention to the conversation. Thank you, Planet Isaac, for the 201 bits, the 411 bits. Kelly guys, thank you for the 777 bits. That one almost got me. Lotto, thank you for the 177 bits. Monty, thank you for the 188 bits. Chrono, thank you for the 5 sub gifts. I was about to say 200 sub gifts. I was like, wait a second, because I saw the 212 bits from Calic Ice. Thank you, by the way. Monty, thank you for another 188 bits. Planet Isaac, thank you for the 188 bits. Jazzy, thank you for the 188 bits. Calic Ice, thank you for the 313 bits. And Planet Isaac, thank you for the 2602 bits. And Motzi with another 188 bits. Playtastic, thank you for the 211. Tiger, thank you for the 416. Playtastic, thank you for the 266. Calic, thank you for the 212. Dax, thank you for 777 bits. Tiger, thank you for the 298 bits. Thank you, everybody, for all the love and support. Trying to get me down, but I think I got it. Is pointless, but 30 is 2 strength spheres, I think. That's not bad. But yeah, if you get 30 before you move on, oh, it's 50 for 3 strength spheres. Oh, that's not good. Yes! There it is.
I'm a sucker for a good bang.
Thank you, Blood of Omega, for paying for that sub gift. I appreciate that. Chris, thank you for the 569 bits. Yep, sorry. Hey. $232 consecutive. I did 32 over the consecutive. Whoops. 32 over. Thank you, Playtastic, for the 299 bits there as well. Oh, whew. All right. It's actually nice too, because with this, I will start putting them in there for these to get the strength spheres. All right, we just need to get some one Cactuar and 4 Iron Giants, and then we can leave. So the thing is, I dodged like 20 lightning bolts before I started doing the actual dodges while I was trying to figure out the exploit. And I thought I wasn't sure how many that was, and I didn't want to make any assumptions. And that's why. Hildebra, absolutely 5 billion% agree. Conversation should stay rational and be about the actual quality factors of a game, and not about, I didn't like it because of this arbitrary, or I think it's bad because of this arbitrary thing, rather. Like, you don't like it because of this thing, whatever, that's fine. But if you think it's bad because of something arbitrary, then that's not a conversation. That's just hating on something because you don't like it, you know? 100% agree. I like the games I like, I dislike the games I want. I don't. I'm going to offer as constructive criticism as I possibly can for any game that I don't like. And whether or not somebody else still likes it is irrelevant to me, and I don't care. And I'm happy for them to like something, and it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, you know? But I think the problem comes from like an entitlement, where it's like, oh well, they didn't make the game exactly the way I like it, so thus it's bad. How dare they? I hate them, you know? That's some bull ass shit. All right, we're done with Cactuars. We just need the Iron Giants now, weirdly enough. I expected the Iron Giants to be not a problem. Whew! I'll try to catch up on the conversation from before if I can, but, you know, there's a lot going on there. Oh, I was thinking, I think I understand the lightning bolt exploit. I don't think it has to do with the divot. I think it has to do with the range of the thing, and as soon as you escape the range, it immediately shoots you with a lightning bolt. So I think the exploit can be done anywhere. Final Fantasy 16 was not an Elden Ring-like. I feel like you would only say that if you've like never played Elden Ring and you just see that generally speaking it's more of an action RPG, because Final Fantasy 16 plays nothing like Elden Ring, and this is coming from a speedrunner of Dark Souls and somebody who's platinumed Elden Ring and also platinumed Stranger of Paradise, which is much closer to an Elden Ring style of gameplay because it's literally a Soulsborne subgenre of action RPG. Even then, they play entirely different. They're both completely different. But if you think FF16 is Elden Ring-like, you are way off, like extremely off. There's tons of different action RPGs out there, and many of them came way before Elden Ring or Dark Souls. Just because you have action does not make it Elden Ring or Dark Souls-like. It is a little bit closer to Devil May Cry simply because of the combat director, but even then it's not Devil May Cry. It's very much its own thing. Honestly, I don't think FF16 plays like any other action RPG I've played because of the way it's designed to be more RPG-esque and less just action game. But DMC goes on like the ridiculous of like air combos. It's more like DMC is more like Bayonetta. They're very just like over the top, crazy animations, air juggling, and doing all these crazy things. FF16 is like a little bit more down to earth, but like also fantastical with all the magic and everything that you can do. It's a lot more, it's a lot less Advent Children and a little bit more like, I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know, it's just very much its own thing. I've played a lot of action RPGs, and FF16 doesn't really fit the mold of any of those. Although I will say that because of the the DMC combat director, you have a lot of like comboing that and linking together that you can do, and they offer like a little bit of a arcade mode, I guess you could call it, in a way, to get the high score. Yeah, the combos you can do at FF16 are pretty insane. Plays more like a Western RPG? Western RPG is more like Skyrim, you know? That's like more of the Western RPG style. Horizon, Forbidden Dawn, that's a little bit more Western. It's more like Dark Souls is more of a Western style as well. It's that heavier, clunkier, like body feel where, you know, like you have that weightiness to you that feels very realistic. And FF16 is definitely more floaty in movement. Like it definitely does not feel like a Western RPG to me. That being said, who cares? Like, does it really fucking matter what it feels like, you know? It's not... It's an RPG. It doesn't have to be a JRPG. It doesn't have to be a Western RPG. It just has to be a good fucking game. Who cares about the rest? There we go. Last Iron Giant. Actually, the Game of Thrones influence is not as heavy as you might think. The director of Final Fantasy 16 said to watch a whole bunch of Western media, or like not even Western media, but just a lot of things. They had them watch Game of Thrones, that was one of the things, but they had them watch like tons of other different TV shows, animes, movies, cartoons, etc. on what vibe they wanted to capture it. Game of Thrones is definitely an influence, but it's a small influence in the great grand scheme of things. Read that the directors, creators of Expedition 33 was both a Sekiro speedrunner and also one of those crazy folks who do insane combos. Huh, maybe, might be. That's kind of neat if that is the case. It's always interesting to see how often like fans of things tend to get like a place in the game design. You know what I mean?
You're counting.
All right, I'm not comfortable with my accuracy right now. I want to get it a little higher, actually, going into Beacon L. Or do I? I just want a few levels, actually, is what I want. I'm going to do Beacon L, but I'm going to do the Riku quest as I'm doing it. That's also true, Hildebred, yeah. It does, just because it's inspired by something also doesn't make it bad. This is another one of those arbitrary things. But again, you know, we all have our preferences, right? And that's important to stay true to yourself, absolutely. Like, if you don't like a thing, then stay away from the thing that's inspired by it, obviously, right? You know? And that's totally valid. We should all be able to do that and not feel like we're getting judgment cast upon us. What's up, Kim? I'm gonna say the hottest take that I could possibly say. I didn't mind the final season of Game of Thrones. I didn't think it was great, but I didn't think it was nearly as bad as people were saying it was. I think it was all right. It was you know, the thing is, here's why I think that. Every single final season of almost every single show is bad because they have to end it on this perfect way that agrees with everybody, and it's just not possible. From a pure like execution perspective, it was fine, but it's always gonna be somebody that goes, I didn't like it because it didn't end the way I wanted it to. If it was just not the final season of Game of Thrones, people wouldn't have said a fraction of what they said about it. They would have been like, not my favorite season, but you know, hopefully the next season is better. The end, moving on. That's it. The main issue with the final season of Game of Thrones is that it was the final season of Game of Thrones. I mean, look at what people are talking about with Stranger Things final season. Same fucking deal. Look at the final season of Scrubs. Look at the final season of like every TV show that was really popular every single time. So you need to have source material in order to have good writing? So what about the source material to, I don't know, Final Fantasy X? Where's all the source material of Final Fantasy X that they were using to write this to make it good? You know? I mean, you still had what's his name, J.R.R. Martin or whatever, like, assisting with things. And I want to say he even intentionally said that they wanted it to divert from the book a little bit so that it wasn't a spoiler to people that were going to read the book later on. So it was intentionally not going to have the source material as a prominent factor anyway. So that doesn't even matter. I don't know, probably. Maybe George R. R. Martin just won't do it just because people keep whining about it. Like, nah, fuck y'all. I know the ending, but you'll never know it. Once again, I don't think it was like some master stroke either. I don't think it was awesome. I just think it was fine. Exactly, Hildebrand. Do you go back to Jose to farm petrified grenades? No. I mean, I did in the beginning of the game. I did, yes. In the very, very beginning, once I got Rico, I went to got a Salam, and then I went back to farm 70 petrified grenades. One for a stone touch to get through the game, and then the petrified grenades so I could get a capture weapon as soon as I got to the Calm Lands, which helped with captures a lot of the way. All right, sphere grid. I'm gonna do Riku first since she's leading. That way I can put the strength spheres in along the way and everybody can benefit from them. Some more of that sweet, sweet accuracy I'm worried about. Two more accuracy nodes that I'm hoping to get to. I don't know if Aeons actually scale with accuracy or if they just take like Yuna's accuracy 1-for-1 or what. I want to say they all scale all the time and some better than others. Alright, is this another 4 strength? If it is. Damn it. Alright, I'll get it. I gotta break open all this stuff anyway. Okay. This will give me another good chunk of stats, mostly the accuracy. I want to say I got like another 8 accuracy, and I think that pretty much puts me at the point where I really don't need to worry about the Cactuars. I'm a little worried about the Cactuars. That's why I wanted to do this really quickly before I went into Beaconell. Not because like I don't think I can capture them. I need to capture them reliably. And if I don't have enough accuracy, then I play the minigame, and then they run away, and then I'm having to grind anyway. And that's like the whole point is to capture them through the minigame, right? So. Beast of Reincarnation, is that the Game Freak one that like actually proves that Game Freak is competent if they are actually given money to make video games, but Pokemon Company never does? Yeah, I'm very interested in that because I feel like Game Freak is not to blame for the shit-tasticness that is Pokemon. Sorry, Pokemon fans. Okay, we can still get some accuracy through this, so let's continue on this path. Don't you mean Pokemon Company? Oh, there's even some accuracy in that node there. Two? Eh, not worth it. I mean, I will have to break into there eventually for the ability, but I think it's better to continue on my path right now. Damn, I'm not gonna get that accuracy. I'll be one away. Well, through the captures, I'm sure I'll gain a level.
Cool.
That was very quiet. Weird. I wonder why that was quiet. PlayNatsik, thank you for the 123 bits. I haven't messed with the volume. Oh, you know what? I think Coconut stepped on my mixer and messed with some volume sliders. Alright. As far as normal monsters go, I am an absolute god. Like, for the rest of the actual game. But for the actual endgame stuff, I am a baby, whiny little poopy doopy loser. Yeah, see what Lulu did? Okay, I still have a ton to capture in here, so yeah. I'm not even gonna bother with like labeling these things because I have basically 10 of every of them already. For the most part, I needed 2 of the dragons, that was it. And I need 7 zoos and sandworms, you know, that's where it's at, right? So, and then of course I need 9 cactuars. Oops. Take that. Perfect. Actually, the open world aspects of Scarlet and Violet were supposed to be made by Monolith, which is very common for Nintendo to do, to take Monolith and apply them to making the world building and everything. But something happened. They were in the middle of a big project and they couldn't be taken away from it, which is why Violet and Scarlet suffered so much from their very lackluster open world. So what the things that you guys are proposing are literally like aspects of what Nintendo already does. Come here, you little shit! Perfectly fine, actually, Modzy. It is definitely one of the better things that Nintendo has done, but like, they're completely fine without Monolith. But Monolith has definitely been utilized to do a lot of their things, especially open world. I mean, Breath of the Wild was probably a huge success partly because of Monolith. And same obviously goes with the Tears of the Kingdom, of course, because Monolith worked on that as well. But I mean, they've definitely done a lot of work for Nintendo, and they do excellent work. But who could say that they would do it worse than another thing? Because Nintendo, if Nintendo has anything, it's money, and money buys competent, designers. So I mean, they would have just had somebody else do it. Who's to say it wouldn't have been better under somebody else? But the reality is that Monolith did something excellent, and that's what we have. And so, like, you can't really say anything else other than that, like, they did. Pokemon Company has money, and they just refuse to spend it on game design. That's why it doesn't help them. Money lets you do that if you want to, but if you choose not to because you're a greedy son of a bitch, then you're not going to get anything out of it. Because they also know that they can, like, lay a turd and call it Pokemon and people will still buy it. So it doesn't matter. I've made this conversation a lot, and I apologize to Pokemon fans who just don't give a damn, but Pokemon is the most, like, profitable franchise of all, game franchise of all time. It is exceedingly profitable by a massive, massive margin, and they spend like nothing on making their games better. They have one of the lowest game budgets in video game history on all of their games, and it sucks. Because they could still capture the style and essence of Pokemon and make better games, but they don't. They choose to give you bare bones nothingness, and it aggravates me a lot because they're taking everything and giving nothing back. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem I have. And then you have developers like Sandfall with Expedition 33 pushing everything that they have to try and make something good with bare bones budget and just absolutely like nailing it, slamming it out of the park. And it just like, it's frustrating because they're working on a shoestring budget to try and do as good as they can. And Pokemon's just sitting there swimming in their golden swimming pools, like saying, fuck you, it's all mine. Like, allow me to eat my golden caviar while you go and, become a footstool for me. It frustrates me. It's so aggravating. And because they know that Pokemon fans will just gobble it up without any care. Very maddening. I want better out of video games. I don't want better out of video games so I can have better video games. I want better out of video games so we can all have better video games. I want everybody to love their favorite franchise because it's good and not just because it's their favorite franchise. And that's like, you know what I mean? That's my biggest problem. It just came up. We've barely been talking about it, Faye. I mean, hey, if you wanna, get the torch and the pitchfork, be my guest. Cause I have opinions too, The lack of voice acting is probably like the biggest kick in the pants. Just reading through all of the generic dialogue, it's the same as in every Pokemon game. It's freaking nuts, dude. Well, that's another problem, Lamgwin, That's an entirely different problem if it's joylessly doing it. Is it this one or the other one? I have not played Arceus, but I have played ZA, which is the same gameplay, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they actually have the resources to make a good story in a Pokemon game. They really could. Like, they could just be more than just believe in the power of your Pokemon and like, you know? I don't know. I've seen a bit of Arceus, and it just kind of feels like the same emptiness, but with a field instead of a city. Everybody keeps saying Pokemon's Time Strangers, or not Pokemon, Digimon Time Stranger is like actually legitimately a good alternative to what Pokemon should be doing kind of thing. I have to give it a try. What are you talking about, Suko? They just announced like 2 months ago that they're nowhere near finished on Elder Scrolls 6. See, there's your information. I don't think this is it. Yeah, it's further up. I think I went the wrong way. I sure hope so, because my biggest problem with Elder Scrolls 6 was that it was just Skyrim, like, rebranded. It was quite aggravating. Wow, that's actually really lucky on the Cactuars. 8 to 10 years is not the normal dev time for a AAA game. It's still 3 to 5, edging towards 5. 8 to 10 years is how long Expedition 33 took, and that was an exceptionally long amount of time because they wanted to like really put in the time and effort for it, and they had such a small development team and they needed to build resources. That's what the development time for Expedition 33 is. 8 to 10 year dev time is an entire console generation away. That's like PS4, maybe even 3 kind of thing. When you'd have been starting that when the PS3 was still kind of new. You know what I mean? The tools for developing games have been improving. Things like Unreal Game Engine, Unreal 4 and everything really, really help with building games quicker. Oh yeah, the AAAA game. One moment, I'm just doing this for no reason at all. The quadruple A game. Mm-hmm. What's up, Halart? Six-hour nap? Oh boy. That's just called sleep. By the way, you know what makes a AAA game a AAA game? Like, go ahead and tell me if you think you know, or guess if you don't. I'm not gonna answer until more people. I need gigabyte file size. It's budget. It's money. That's it. I think there has to be like a certain amount of millions of dollars you have to spend on it for it to be considered AAA. That's it. So when Ubisoft said their game was quadruple A, they would have had to have spent like half $5 billion on it in order for that to be true, which obviously like is just not going to be true, right? But It has nothing to do with anything else other than budget. The only game out right now that could be potentially considered quadruple A is, I want to say Red Dead Redemption 2 has the highest record for like biggest budget with around 250 million. And when GTA 6's game is rumored to be at 1 billion in development costs. 1 billion. So that would be the only game I would consider quadruple A if they wanted to. But really all that does is it sets the cap of triple A, which makes it harder to be triple A after that point because the average is now much higher. That's all that does. It doesn't actually make quadruple A a thing. It's just fucking trying to stroke yourself off. By the way, I'd like to point out, like people are mentioning file size. Big file size is a good thing. Because a big file size means that there's a lot of unique assets or a lot of good cinematics in your game that make a more robust and more interesting world to look at. A small game file means they reuse assets and don't have a lot of really well-defined environmental detail. Shouldn't they be in here? Yeah, there they are. I didn't say it's always a good thing. I said it's usually a good thing. Hi, Maya. I didn't say you can't make a good game without without it being a large file. You're putting words into my mouth. I said it's usually a good thing. Because it usually means a lot of extra detail and robust world building. But it's not the only thing that it could be. Plenty of games are small file size and amazing. But if you're looking for like an open world game or a big world or a very like well-defined and high quality, like high fidelity and detailed world, yeah, higher file size, like bigger file size, that's just how it works. I use this statement about the Halo developers. In Halo, the first game on the Xbox, there is one rock. That's it. The reason that Halo looks pretty good for what it is because there is one rock in the game. And whenever that rock is called to, the asset is already there. So they don't have to worry about like calling up multiple different rocks. They just have the one rock. And they rotate it and resize it and stack it on other rocks and everything in order to create different looking rocks. So they only have to pull from one rock asset in order to load that in, which makes the file size much smaller. Now, nowadays, obviously it would be very easy to see that, especially with improved resolution in video games, but like, we don't have to have those little tricks of the trade in order to make a game look like it has more than one rock anymore. Not to mention, you still would have the same boring gray rock throughout your entire game. It worked back then. It's not a thing that works nowadays, really. Not if you're trying to have a high fidelity open world game with a lot of really good detail. The only real thing that's blow is 4K. 4K is the only thing that actually creates a file size that doesn't matter. Oh yeah, Phantom, yeah. I remember that, yeah. They're the exact same, just color different, yep. Do you want a full-on 3D shooter with only 96 kilobyte file size? Like, do you want that? Do you wanna play wireframe shooter? That sounds really boring. Like, you know? I don't understand. Why the complaint about file size? It's irrelevant. Oh no, it takes longer to install the one time you install it, if you're even installing it. Like, it just, who cares? You know, like, it doesn't affect the game. It makes it better looking and more immersive, usually. The file size is such a weird complaint that means nothing. Yeah, but even back in the day when we had, you know, 10 megabyte games or whatever that was still filling up hard drives back then. And I would argue that games take up a smaller percentage of your hard drive today than they did back in the day. You know, the technology has improved with it. Well, okay, I understand the accessibility issue of not being able to have the hardware, and I respect that. However, I mean, people still complain about it when it's a console game. And if you have the console, then you have the console. So who cares? I would argue, Cinny, if you're playing on a laptop, you're probably not going to be playing the games that require that kind of storage anyway. You know, it's funny, we're actually done with Cactuars, but we're not done with the others, so we're going to continue this minigame, of course. And I just want to say, like, my personal take on storage size, like game size, I don't care. Like, if it's 5 kilobytes or if it's 5 million kilobytes, I don't care. It's irrelevant as long as I can install it, you know? So, I don't see it as a complaint. I just, like, I don't see why it's even a factor. Like, it shouldn't even be a discussion topic. You know what I mean? That's where I'm getting at. Because it doesn't, it's one of those arbitrary things that has nothing to do with how good a game is. But I will say that when I see it, when I get a new game that's like new high fidelity game, and I see a larger file size, I'm like, ooh, because I know that means there's a lot of stuff, and it's probably gonna look really good. So, like, that's it. That's the only thing. I don't understand why it's a negative. Right? And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be discussed as a negative. It shouldn't be a criticism. Well, that's a developer issue. That has nothing to do with the file size. Once again, that's like just developers being better or worse. So it has nothing to do with the file size. That's something you need to hold the individual developer responsible for, right? Right, because the developer failed at properly designing the game, not because the game is big. I mean, it's big as a result of their failure, not as a result of, like, the game just big, thus bad, you know? You don't have to win these minigames, by the way, but the rewards are better. But if I recall correctly, the rewards are kind of doo-doo anyway. By the way, I just want to point out that if, like, your preference is towards retro games and, like, retro aesthetic and everything like that, more power to you. This is not a criticism on preference. This is a criticism on, like, using arbitrary factors as like, negatives towards a game when it's a preference. You know? That's all. Once again, it's back to what Hildebra said before. I welcome and relish all discussions on video games. It's not about, like, I like my video games. I like the video games I like, and I dislike the video games that I dislike. But I want the conversation and the criticisms to be real and not imagined. Constructive criticism of real, tangible things. Now, you can talk about your personal preferences and be like, yeah, I don't like, you know, modern looking games. Okay, that's cool. You like retro looking games. I respect that. I love it. I love those too, you know? But isn't it the developer's responsibility to make the game small enough for the platform they're designing it on? Once again, that seems like more of a developer issue and not the factor of the file size. It's like, if I'm developing a game for Switch and I know that the internal storage only goes up to, like, I don't know, 1 gig, whatever, I don't know what the number is, and I decide to make my game 5 gigs, well, like, you know, that's just, I'm being an idiot, right? But that just means bad developer. It has nothing to do with the file size itself as a factor. It has to do with the developer being bad at making video games. I have only played, as far as modern East games, I've only played a 7. I don't know, the Lac Larmonia of Demonia, or whatever it's called. I can never remember it. Thank you, Tiger, for the 321 bits. I really want to play all those East games, though. They seem like I really enjoyed my time with the Lac Larmonia of Demonia, Badabity, Boobity, Flibbity, Flabbity game, whatever it's called. I thought the gameplay was excellent, the music was very solid, but the rest was not good. Like, visuals are pretty low end, and the story was atrocious, and the characters are forgettable. But gameplay was exceptional. Really, really solid, fun game to play. So if you're looking for just gameplay, the newer East games are definitely solid, I would say, personally. Oh, is that 8 for the Dana one? The Danish one? Danishes. Yeah, I like I said, Mike, I agree, like, the accessibility issue for hard drive space is totally valid. My comment was about console. I was saying, you know, that's valid about console games. You know, you already have the console and it's all in the package. But people still complain about it. But the file management has been a factor since even the early forms of computers. That was always a factor for games. In fact, like I said before, I think it's actually worse now than it was back in the day. But, you know, yeah, like even the PS1 had file management on the memory card, which was crazy, right? Don't you want to be better? No, I agree that it could be better, but I also, like, I don't need every game installed, you know? And an installation doesn't even take that much time. I don't know. I mean, I just don't find it to be an issue. And that's not to say that it can't be an issue for others, obviously, you know? But also, I know that bigger games have a tendency to have more stuff and be more enjoyable for that factor, you know? So, like, I don't care as long as the game is good. I don't think it's being better to make a game smaller in file size. I think that's arbitrary. as long as it's within reason, then it doesn't really matter, and I don't think things are unreasonable. I do agree that we should all strive to be better and have better things and make better products and be able to enjoy things more because of that. I just don't think file size is one of those things that... Is it this way? No, it's not this one. It's down here. That is like something that needs to be improved per se, you know? Like file management with video games is not that bad. It's not like you can only have one installed. I mean, even on like your PS4 or PS5, you can have like 8 or 10 games installed of decent size, you know? And then you just, I mean, when you're done with a game, you usually just remove it anyway. And then if you want to install it again, then it doesn't take too time. I will say this. There is one factor for large game file size that I will say is extremely legitimate and worrying. And that is when those services go away that you need to be able to like download from in order to play your game, you will not be able to get your game anymore. It won't be available. If you don't have them all downloaded on external hard drives or something, and the service, let's say Steam goes away, bye-bye library, you know? Like that is a legitimate complaint, and a larger game is gonna be harder to store. Yeah, the push towards digital media is definitely an issue.
Goodbye.
Well, this would come back to the accessibility issue of not everybody being able to afford expensive external storage. So, I mean, I would kind of say, well, that is the problem, is being able to access it when you want it if the service has been shut down. Even if you have a physical, like, PS5 game, you still have to download something. You can't just install it from the disc. Most of them, anyway. So, yeah. I mean, possibly No Name. Who knows? Like, as it stands right now, it's not an issue. For sure. Some of the games, I would say most of them you can still download or install from the disc, but there are definitely a lot of them, especially more of the newer ones, require some kind of like authentication download kind of thing. Or required update in order to play the game or something like that. If I heard a situation where somebody that had a PS5 couldn't play a game because of a file size, I feel like maybe I might be empathetic to that cause. But generally speaking, any kind of game that could play the game in question would have the storage that could facilitate downloading and installing that game anyway. Obviously, like, okay, I know this is gonna sound bad at first, but I assure you there's a reason. Games are luxury, okay? So not everybody can afford every luxury, and that sucks. And I want games to be more affordable, and I want game hardware to be more affordable too. So it's not a dig on it, but all I'm saying is that, like, when it comes to having a screamo modern machine, yes, not everybody can afford it, and not everybody can play a modern AAA game that's 1 billion gigabytes big because they don't have a modern screamo machine. But I will say that the vast majority of games that are made nowadays do not require screamo machines. That's for people that want to have 6 million FPS at 10 billion, you know, resolution or whatever like that, right? 1080, 60 FPS or whatever the designed, you know, preferred output is. Generally speaking, most people's computers can handle that. So, like, I want the accessibility. I want people to be able to do that. But it's also kind of like, sometimes you're just not going to have a PS5. So you can't play those PS5 games anyway, you know? And I don't think anybody's making games that go so far beyond that, that like you just can't have a machine that will play them anymore. You know what I mean? I've not seen a single game where it's like, oh, if you don't have this ultra modern rig, then screw you. So it's not really,
Shut up, old man. You smell like farts.
it's not really a factor anymore, because like if you don't have the hardware to play the game anyway, then you're probably not going to have the storage anyway. But if you have the storage, you probably have the hardware. Thank you, Joey, for the 444 bits. I know. The problem, though, with all of that right now is the increasing cost of hardware is going to make it a lot harder for people to get the hardware they want to play PC games. So, yeah. But Uber Pander makes a point there. Who knows? With this one? You in here, bud? Oh, please let's not popularize streaming video games. And I don't mean streaming on Twitch, I mean like you stream the content of the game, so you don't even need hardware, you just need an internet connection. Maya, hey, come on over here, come on. Shouldn't he be right here? Yeah. I mean, not to mention, it doesn't even matter how good your internet connection is. Unless you're sitting right next to the server, you're gonna have input delay and it's gonna suck. And you're gonna be able to do like really skill-based inputs or hard achievements or any kind of competitive gameplay. It's just not gonna be... Yeah. It's not gonna be playable. Did I not talk to the signpost? I thought it automatically updated it. Maybe I gotta leave and come back in. Every single time there has been work used with AI, it's made the project take longer because they have to go in and fix all the mistakes. So, not really. It's fine, we know you like to troll. Besides, it's a valid conversation topic anyway, especially considering we're talking about game development. Oh yeah, scripted event? Interesting. Well, it's interesting that you were able to play it and enjoy it, so I'm happy for that. Believe me when I say that I want everybody to be able to have the hardware to play whatever game that they want and to be able to afford that and the games in question. But it's not the world that we live in, unfortunately. as far as developers go, developers, like, they can't sit there and be like, well, I have to develop my game for, you know, like, everybody that has a variety of hardware, because, I mean, some people have hardware and they want to use it, and so they want games that look and feel better and newer, and then other people don't have hardware and they want to play more retro games because that's what they can play. And it's like they can't please everybody, right? So developers are just going to develop whatever games that they want, and whatever happens to come out of that, as long as it's not ridiculous in file size, I think it's fine, you know? And I don't think there's ever been a game that's been ridiculous in file size that I can think of. None that I've played. I think I saw a glimpse of green in there. Yeah, he's in there. All right, I just had to leave and come back.
Whoa! Hold it right there.
Well, thank you, Joey, for the 222 bits. Yep. I was like straight up impossible with without holding forward as much as you possibly could. Like, if you don't take full advantage of every second, then you just can't win this, period. If he goes to a third one, it's over. Wow. Well, those Cactuars still give crazy amounts of AP, even in just the Beacon Desert. That's a bummer that you know, with this team we cannot defeat them. You know, so going through, I actually did get a Cactuar. It would have been nice to have those extra levels. There is a way around it, and it's for people to not buy it. But the thing is that they won't stop. They'll continue. Because they'll want their video games, and they'll have to utilize whatever service is available in order to get them. Sometimes it feels like the population of the world is too large to make concerted efforts against something that, by and large, the population does not want. You know what I mean? Because there's enough people that'll still buy the product because they don't care about any of that. This should be the journey one, right? Yeah. Left on a journey. I think I have to, I think I have a save point in the next screen back. Yeah, that's why it's a good idea. If you're gonna buy hardware, get it now before the prices go way up, and then just don't. Just sit on your hardware and never upgrade if you can. You know, I'd love to believe that, Vax. I really would. When you got the ball, you gotta score! Honestly, it begs the question about the the uncanny valley versus humanity aspect, you know? Shouldn't he be up here? Oh. Right, you gotta follow a spirit or something like that. Shit, I may have screwed that up big time then. Go back now. The Oasis? What's the Oasis? Oh. Oh man, I don't remember that. Was this it? Yeah.
You're counting.
Yeet! There we go. It was good of me to leave. Okay. What's up, Exiled? Wait, wasn't the Oasis just the rig? Like, that was the world, right? In Raider Player 1. I'm like, bits and pieces are coming back to me. Huh? Oh, no, I think they were making a joke. It's a meme, like, anyway, here's Wonderwall. Like, it's a joke. Whoa, hold it right there. Joey, thank you for the 222 bits. Coconut really turned my volume down, didn't he? He used the save sphere like any Cactuar does. This makes no sense, but okay. Cinema. Usually the whole anyway here's Wonderwall is like a sort of I'm a musician and I know so much and you know here's this musical excellence or something like that. Anyway, here's Wonderball because it's like a very simple, well-loved, popular thing or whatever, and easy to play or something like that. I think that's usually the context for that joke. Oh, it was the company that made the okay, yeah. I remember it being something big, something like that covered a lot of everything, you know, like the hardware or the world or I guess the company, yeah. Oasis is in the band that performed Wonderwall. Oh, see, I didn't get the reference either. We're all a bunch of fucking idiots. Oh man. No, Vax too. We're in the same boat because he was making a comment about like he thought somebody was trying to like change the subject or something, but it was just that he didn't get the reference, which is fine, of course, obviously, but yeah. I don't know band names to begin with, so I was never gonna get that reference. I know very, very little about like popular music. It's just not my bag. You want to talk about video games? I'll tell you everything. You want to talk about music? I'll tell you nothing. You want to talk about movies? I know a few things. You want to talk about anime? I know a few things. You want to talk about computers? No, not allowed. How dare you? I think the Cloister of Trials are terrible. Whoever designed them has no idea what puzzles are supposed to be like. There's nothing intuitive, and there's nothing that makes sense about them. It's just arbitrary, shove things into holes until something happens and hope you get it right. Which explains a lot of my youth. Four more zoos. That's all we need, zoos. There is a spot off to the west that that has a higher chance to spawn them, so it probably would have been done with captures if I had gone that way, but I don't think I necessarily would have, and I wouldn't have gotten Riku's weapon. And having all the celestial weapons for these characters, it's good stuff. It means I can use my dark matters for something much more meaningful. I think this, yeah, this is the screen. Thank you, Donate, for the 123 bits. Oh, we're done with sandworms. Bonk. Yes, but you can use dark matters to make a custom celestial weapon, essentially. It's usually what the Nemesis speedrun does. It will just use the dark matters to make a weapon for Riku. And then she essentially solos Shinryu. Yeah, the last one is behind you.
Whoa! Hold it right there.
Thank you, Joey, for the 222 bids. Would you leave her alone? Chi, hey. Come on. Maya's just trying to chill in the basket here, and Chi keeps on being a jerk. Bonk. Wait, you're not supposed to put the fork into the electrical socket? Then why is it shaped the same? That doesn't make any sense. Someone should rethink that design. I think it just means they left the area, you know? Like he left the they left the village.
Down.
It's a current affair. I buy my forks from the hardware store, like everybody else. I think that's it, right? Okay. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I need zoos, not sandworms. All right, Shy Halloon, meet your maker. Did I read Dune? Yes, I have read the original Dune book. It was okay. I think I was a little too young to really get any kind of nuance, because there's a lot of strong messaging in Dune that I think it's kind of gonna go over your head if you're not attuned to it. And I enjoyed parts of it, but it's a small book. I think rereading it wouldn't be too difficult. They'd probably do it in an evening. Maya, come here. Come on. Go ahead. Overkill means double AP, double items, 50% more AP. How do you get overkill? By doing an X amount of damage on the killing blow. It's not about how much you overkill it by, and it's kind of different per enemy. Sometimes it's arbitrary, and sometimes it's like just being able to one-shot it. monster captures. Oh my god, Chi. Chi, hey! Oh my fucking god. You've got to be kidding me, cat. Can you just chill right there? Chill. All right, we got 3 of the 4 zoos that we needed. I was trying to keep Maya safe. That's Maya. Because Chi kept hassling her. And so that's why... Aw. That's why I was holding her, to keep her hidden and safe. And so Chi, when I tried to stop her, acted up and was getting behind the computer with all the cords and everything and knocking things around, so. Cats. Alright, that should be the last zoo. I may have lost count on the zoos, so I'm gonna fight one more just to make sure, because coming all the way back here is long. Whereas I'm right here right now. It'll be better to just fight the battles now to make sure I'm captured up. Cool. They're absolutely worth it though. I love my kitties. They bring me joy every day. But yeah, overkill is really important on bosses going through the game, especially, you know, when we're streamlining ourselves with like a race situation, because that 50% more AP gives you a lot of the extra XP and just makes things smoother in general. Since stats that's doing the signal thing, stats in general are very important in this one. Okay, it's because of Chi. It's fine, I'm gonna go on break in a second here anyway, so I'll mess with it at that point. I wanted to finish the Riku weapon quest before I took a break, and we were having some pretty deep discussions as well, so I wanted to, you know, finish those. It was good times. I enjoy the conversations. I don't think anybody stepped out of bounds. We had real conversations about real topics that impacted people. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break. So I'm gonna play some jams for you. I need food, I need water, I need all that kind of stuff. So let's see. Oh, I like this one. Yeah. Yes. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Hang tight, enjoy the jams. And I'll be right back with more Final Fantasy Fiesta, and we'll finish up these monster captures. Uh-oh. Where's my game sound? That's not good. I think the last time this happened, I just restarted it. Oh, I left my timer on for this first couple of minutes of my break, so I'm just gonna like take a short little ride and then I'll start the timer. I'll still end up losing like a minute and a half. I don't really give a crap about like little minutes here and there. It's the same thing as like going to the bathroom, but I can easily get myself back some of the time without it being, you know, like indulging too much of it. Antarctica was warmer than Winnipeg. Whoo, damn. Ruined or made better, yeah. All right, I'm gonna go, and I'm just gonna go until I go until like the next capture area, which is. I guess the Calm Lands. That's funny. All right, we'll start the timer now. Always start with the rarest enemy that you can. I probably still lost a couple minutes, but again, it's like it's not a big deal. We don't pause the timer when we go to the bathroom or anything like that. It's just when we take longer breaks, we tend to pause the timer. So it's just like, if I can, you know, whatever. It's not a big deal. I got 30 seconds back. When we start to get to the Marlboros in here and everything, you'll understand why I wanted to make sure I had a certain amount of stats before I actually really committed to monster captures. Here we go. Exactly this right here, because a 9999 is not a capture. In fact, a 9999 twice is not a capture. So the third one, that's the capture. And they're immune to petrify and death. While it's fine, I can get one of every capture by doing some little tricks here and there, by using Aeons to bring HP down, etc, 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 whatever. Getting 10 doing that, pain in the ass. So no. Especially since we can't run away from battles. If I got Marlboros early and then I'm working on something else, now I gotta do more than 10 Marlboros, you know, and that's just a pain. So I wanted to do one of everything so I can get a lot of the materials that I needed, unlock different monsters and everything, and then get some stats, get the levels going, and then I become very strong, and then I could just walk through everything. So yeah. Joey, thank you for the 144 bits. It's actually been really warm, unseasonably warm. We've barely had any snow at all. So you guys that are experiencing extreme cold on the East Coast, we're experiencing increased warm on the West Coast. Imagine living in Winnipeg, and then also it's cold. Wow, I think we just found a marble nest or something, jeez. Hey, Maya, come on. Ogres are the reason I'm here right now. Mercurius, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 16 months. I'll gladly take it. But yeah, I've always found the best luck with ogres right here behind the camp. So this is where I'm gonna grind my ogres at. And then once I have my ogres, depending on what I have left after that is where I'll go next. Always have things like beans and rice and some canned goods in your pantry. Always. Enough to and maybe some like, you know, canned meat of some kind, like some Spam or whatever. And then replace it every couple of years as you eat through it and then replace it. Because especially if you live in an area where storms can happen. And that way you have food to eat for a week or two while you're, you know, trapped. And it's all really, really cheap food too. You know, get a good sized bag of rice and beans. get a several packet, you know, tins of canned meat of some kind. Just because you need protein. Well, I mean, if you're a vegetarian or vegan, then you know, obviously you need the right vegetation in order to make sure you're getting your protein. It's salty, but grill it, or not grill it, but fry it. Like fry it in the pan, and then Spam gets a lot more palatable. But it's very salty, so you gotta make sure you have something like bread or something, or mix it in with noodles or something like that, you know? Then it helps a lot. Garlic noodles with like diced, like really finely diced Spam that's been fried is actually really good. But you don't need to season it or flavor the Spam because it's already so salty. It just let it be, you know? It's still very cheap. It's actually almost that. I want to say it's like $1.50, maybe $2 for a can of Spam. Still very cheap. Probably because of import though, Uber Panda. $4.39? Damn, that's also expensive. I guess it has gained some popularity, especially in Hawaii, so it actually sells quite well. I guess it's, at that point, they can raise it. Well, that's still a little expensive, more than I thought. Either way, keep a pantry of non-perishables if you live in areas where, you should always keep a pantry of non-perishables if you can. Things like beans and rice and canned meat of some kind, just because you never know what's gonna happen. And that way you don't have to make runs on grocery stores when something happens. And what happens? Most people don't get what they need, and then they starve. But as they get closer to the expiration date, you slowly eat them and then slowly replace them at the same time. Which, if I recall correctly, Spam has like a 3-year expiration date, so you know. That is very interesting. Ooh. Thank you. Honestly, off-brand Spam might be the way to go, because on-brand Spam has premium brand pricing. Spam should be a affordable option, unaffordable option. But if it's $4 to $5 a can, that's not affordable. Even at Kroger, that's not affordable. That's ridiculous. Honestly, a lot of off-brand stuff is better anyway.
Enough.
Most store brand stuff is made by the major brands. Yeah, but it's cheaper, so who cares? It's not about it's not about whether or not you're supporting XYZ brand, which obviously you should actually care in certain circumstances, but it's about cost more than anything, you know? I'm just telling people that they should have affordable non-perishables in their pantry. What they do with that information is up to them.
Enough.
I don't know what that is. I've heard of Aldi, but I don't know what the American version of that is, if there is such a thing. Aldi's is American. Oh, okay. We don't have any kind of Aldi's in my area. Never seen Aldi's in West Coast. Oh, Trader Joe's. Okay, that I recognize. Trader Joe's is like hipster groceries, you know. We have artisanal farts in a jar.
Enough.
Trader Joe's is very pricey here, though. Well, I guess I suppose it does matter where or what you're buying, and I will say that regular grocery stores are getting a lot more expensive. It might actually be cheaper to shop at Trader Joe's now. I haven't checked in a long time. He's just up there honking at everybody down below. Alright, Maya's able to settle down and sleep finally. Huh. You know, Jen, I'll have to look into that. It used to be, like, when I first considered shopping at Trader Joe's, when, you know, like 10 years ago when grocery store prices were sane, Trader Joe's was, like, the premium, basically, you know? It was all, you know, grass-fed beef and this, that, or the other. I never considered it as one of the more affordable options. I guess nowadays, now with the grocery stores bleeding everybody dry, the more, like, unique chains are gonna offer alternatives that will actually seem cheaper now, or even be cheaper. Yeah, we have a lot of Asian marts around here. We get a lot of our groceries from the Asian marts. You know what? I don't need to worry about this. Like, I don't care if Riku doesn't get XP. I think that, no, not done Abrados. Oh, we're getting there. 9 now. It was supposed to rain today as well, and we got nothing. You know, nothing against pre-marinated meat, but like, I enjoy cooking, so I have like my own marinades and everything, and so I'll if it's like there's only marinated meat, I'll just get something else.
Goodbye.
It's simply just because I enjoy cooking, so I have my own marinades that I'll potentially use, you know? Damn, getting marbles like crazy though. Do the same way? Yeah, it has nothing against it at all. I'm sure it's delicious. It's simply that I enjoy cooking, so I would want to make my own marinade and or get a recipe for a new one or something, you know. I'd want to do it myself because just watch it. I don't think you know how marinades work. No. It's nothing against it. It's simply you made me think of something and I'm expressing it. That's all. That's it. It's not a dig. It's not a oh, when I marinate my own meat. I just enjoy the process of cooking. And so I wouldn't want that taken away from me. I'd want to do the marinade myself because I like doing it, you know? Although I will say, if it's a Hispanic market, I am bad at Hispanic flavors, so I'll take it. And it's funny because I really, really like Hispanic flavors. I think it's mostly because when I really started to get into cooking was with my wife, and she is a little more sensitive to, not necessarily spicy, I mean she is, but it's just that she has food allergies and certain things, and a lot of that is in Hispanic cooking, like avocado, corn. Corn's kind of a big one, you know. A lot of raw veg, you know, like pico and stuff is completely outside of her ability to have. Yeah, I read a really interesting thing, Vex, where it was like the best ramen that Americans get is still the junk ramen that for Japanese like consumers, you know? So when you go to get ramen at like an Asian mart, if you can read it, then it's not the ramen that you want. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, Dings? Thank you for 25 months. Capturing is going really smooth. As smooth as capturing could go. Yeah, it's going good. But I mean, you know, RNG gonna RNG, right? So we can only do so much. But our stats are basically really like they're solid. Like, we are good to go for all normal content. Heck, we could even do all of the Omega Ruins if we really wanted to suffer with the Omega Ruins, but more so that just like we are at a point where we could dominate any of the regular content. So getting into the stat grinding, which will be the next step after all the captures, we should be at a good point for that. All right, there's another ogre. We're at 6 now. That's good. Looking at the capture counter, it looks like nothing in the northern area is needed except for ogres. So just to here get the rest of our ogres, then we head back to the south end, and it'll be the shreds that we're last on more than likely. The shreds are like the little tanky rock-looking things. But we always get all Aeons every year in the Fiesta. We do have all the Aeons though, if that's what you're wondering. We needed it, honestly, we needed to do that as soon as possible in my opinion, to kind of like get our foot in the door for the crazy stats that we'll need and to make grinding a lot easier.
Goodbye.
Oh, those are the last 2 chimeras that we need.
Enough.
Yay, ogre! Boop! You know, the best thing about the all-girls playthrough is Yuna Staff Bonk and Lulu Moogle Bonk. It's just, when you start to do crazy amounts of damage, it's just hilarious. In fact, I want to see something with Yuna's break damage weapon. I want to see how much damage Yuna will do with break damage on a bonk. I'm guessing probably close to 25-30k. Bonk. 27k. Oh, we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. What's our strength at? Probably like 70? Oh, 98. Wow, that's a little bit higher than I thought it was. Oh, because of the strength spheres I got for lightning. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna get some strength and we're gonna do it again, right? I'm gonna get some strength. So I got 3 there, and I'm gonna get 4 here. So that's 7 strength, okay? This is important. This is an important lesson about Final Fantasy X, okay? 7 strength, that's what I got. And you might be thinking, 7 strength, yeah, you get that with Titus, like, you know, pretty easily, right? you know, at the beginning of the game. Okay. 7 strength. That's what I got. I had 98. Now I have like 105 or whatever. 7 strength. How much damage do you think I'll do when I hit for 27k and I got 7 strength? Okay, 7 strength. How much do you think I'll do now? You think 30k? 38k. I'm gonna go for 42k. 65k. I did crit though. That was a crit. So it's closer to 32 and a half. Anyway, my damage increased by like 8 to 10k on 7 strength. Why would it do that when like, you know, you go from 10 to 7 strength and you're hitting for like 200 to 300, you know what I mean? And that's that whole exponential stat scaling that I've been going on about the entire game. And how important it is to break these certain thresholds, because once you start getting to that like 9999 damage, every new strength is just so much more. And at that point, you only need a little bit more in order to just start like damage capping and being able to clear that content. It's like, the point I'm making is that not only is it really important to stack those stats, but you're always closer than you think to getting way out there. No, Zanmoto is banned. Yojimbo isn't banned. We can use Yojimbo, but we can't use Zanmoto because Zanmoto is banned. And this goes for almost every stat. Defense, magic defense, strength, not agility, and I guess luck? But anyway, the only reason agility isn't affected by it is because agility is like a factor of how fast through the CT gauge you go. And so it's one agility is 1 tick, essentially. Luck is weird because it affects more than one thing. Luck affects critical rate, dodge, and accuracy, and all at different ways. It's weird, but it's also incredibly important. Luck? No, so here's the thing. The reason you need luck is to counter luck that enemies would have for evasion and dodging and everything. But you need 220 to be able to hit everything in the game. But that everything is Mindy, or Dark Mindy anyway. Whereas everything else, I think it's about 180 around there is what you really need. Not one, maybe 190 or something like that. Like for Penance and the rest of the Dark Aeons or something. Yeah, if we get Zanmoto on any kind of boss, especially a challenging boss like a Dark Aeon, we reset. But the thing is that if I'm using Yojimbo, I'm not gonna overdrive at all because I'm not gonna risk that. I'll just do regular attacks or something. Now, normally I would say if any boss requires the luck, you should go for it. But then I realized that luck grinding is an absolute nightmare, and so F that. And we're gonna probably go for a lot less than that. By not being able to max all stats, you mean that you can't cap HP and get all the stats. But here's a trick. F magic. There, you're welcome. Get rid of magic, and then just get as much HP as you can. Honestly, you only really need like, I want to say like 100, maybe 150 magic or something like that. That'll allow you to cure for max HP. But like even then, on magic, at least for me, I don't care for magic personally. So I don't know exactly what I'll do, but the thing is that you don't need to have all that HP. You really don't. So you should just get as much as you can. Besides, you have the stamina tablets that double max HP, and you use those, and you're done. You know. Although I want to say penance dispels everything regularly. Something like that. I don't know if they're usable. I mean, I'm gonna try, obviously. I just don't remember everything about penance. I know what I need for penance because I've done that many times, but I've only actually legit fought penance once. So I don't remember what penance does. I just know what I need. Two more ogres, and then we can move on to something else. Capturing monsters. We'll be doing that for a little bit of time. Maybe the rest of the night, I'm not sure. But I said that I would finish monster captures today, more than likely. And we did a lot of other things other than just monster capturing, and I think with that in mind, if I had just focused monster capture, we would have finished it. But I was pretty insistent on making sure that we did other things to make this a more reliable experience, you know? But it's just a lot of fighting that we gotta do for monster captures. Hey Crossroads, thank you for the raid. Welcome in everybody to the Final Fantasy Fiesta, an annual race through the Final Fantasy series with my friend Seven Sids. Right now we have to kill Penance and Nemesis. And so we are doing what's required for that, which is capturing 10 of every single monster. And we just finished Ogres, so we're on to the next part of this zone. We need shreds mostly, everything else we'll definitely get. It's definitely a super boss, that's for sure. It can't be said that Penance is not a super boss. What were you up today? What's going on in the land of Crossroad Pony? What were you doing? I imagine Resident Evil of some kind, maybe? Penance is not easy, and the reason it's not easy is not because the fight itself is difficult. It's a setup. It's a puzzle boss in a way, because you need to set up right, you need to have the right abilities, you need to understand CTB, and you need to be ready for what may come. And the problem, it comes from like, if you get it wrong, you have a very long grind ahead of you. CTB is the turn order. On the right, you see the CTB gauge, where it shows the turn order for everybody. It means like something turn battle, like ATB is active turn battle, and then CTB is like controlled turn battle or something like that. Burping, gasoline, grumbling. Yeah, sure, why not? Well, we're done with all of these. We pretty much just need shreds. Like, yeah, a couple coils and a couple flame flans. Those will come easily in that time. But it's like after you do so many captures, like after you do captures so many times, you start to realize the monsters that are rare are always rare. Oh no, we won't have any news of Final Fantasy 17 until after, at the very least, after Remake 3 comes out. They are offering some news about Remake 3 intermittently here and there, but it's usually just teasers like, oh yeah, you know, all of the Remake trilogy will be on the Switch too, and they'll come out in order. Like after Rebirth, we'll have Remake 3, and it kind of gives you a hint about like the fact that they're clearly prioritizing Remake 3 as their next major release, but we don't know when that's going to be. Right now we need the shreds. Wow, I got an ogre over here? That's a surprise. I didn't even know they could be over here. I'll take that into consideration and I'll do shreds before ogres now. Did Rebirth make more money than 16? Hard to say because they don't really release the budget numbers, but Rebirth had a pretty significantly higher budget than Final Fantasy 16 did. Estimates put Rebirth's budget around 160 million, I want to say, and FF16's budget at about 80 million. But the sales numbers, we don't know everything. It's likely that they sold probably pretty similarly, which is around the 5 to 7 million marker.
Enough.
So it's more than likely that FF16 turned a larger profit, but profit depends on a lot of other things like sales, advertising, costs, and everything like that. And development costs. Both were very successful though, if that's what you're wondering. Exactly, Chobin. There's a bunch of other games to enjoy until FF17 or Remake 3 comes out. I will not be hurting for entertainment. In fact, I'll be struggling to keep up. Yeah, DQ12 is somewhere in there. My guess is that DQ12 is not until the next year or the year after. I think there were some significant delays after both the composer and Akira Toriyama passed. I don't think that's the reason necessarily for the delay, but more it's about respect and saying, okay, let's take a step back and make sure that we do this right instead of trying to squeeze it out. And that also allows them for them to push more effort onto Remake 3 to make sure they get that project done and over with. I'm extremely satisfied with Final Fantasy. I said earlier that I've not played a single main Final Fantasy that I haven't loved. And I believe me when I say that if they released a Final Fantasy that I thought was bad, I would speak my mind about it. I wouldn't hold back. I'm definitely not a fanboy, so I don't just love Final Fantasy just because it's Final Fantasy. I will hold it accountable for what kind of game it is. But I also don't give a shit about what the game style is. I just want a good game. Action, turn-based, fucking puzzle, sports game, I don't care. As long as it's good and compelling and interesting and carries the hallmarks of what a Final Fantasy game is, and that being a strong narrative with interesting characters and well-written story and polished gameplay, I'm in. Don't care after that. I did definitely not love Revenant Wings. I said I kind of like the gameplay of Revenant Wings, but it was very poorly balanced and the story was atrocious. Like, they almost started to characterize Van a little better, but then the rest of everything else was just worse. Least favorite? I'm not answering that question. Just leads to, like, not understanding my meaning behind it. I will say this. Every main Final Fantasy I love. I think they're all peak RPGs for their respective era, rather. And I haven't had any problems with any of them. Well, I mean, no major problems. Every Final Fantasy has their little flaws here and there, some more than others, but they're all excellent games. And I don't have any problem that's of significance. Like, yeah, Blitzball sucks, you know? Yeah, Dodger Chocobo sucks. Yeah, Tetramaster sucks, but these are mini games, they're side things. Define sequel side game, because like if it has to be a spin-off from a main Final Fantasy, that'll be easy, that'll be harder to say. But if like World of Final Fantasy is considered a spin-off, you know, or side game, or Final Fantasy Tactics is considered a side game, like does it have to be based off of a previous Final Fantasy, like Crisis Core, or can it be anything with the Final Fantasy name in it? Any Final Fantasy title not main number. Well, it's Tactics. Well, it's probably a three-way tie between Tactics, World of Final Fantasy, and Stranger of Paradise, I would say, actually. Probably Monty. I mean, it's just so gorgeous that, you know, everyone wants a piece, and that causes problems. It is a problem of significance. You're right, Monty. Yep. Well, what can I say? Yeah. Word. Me too, Joe. Word. Word. You like Blitzball? It's okay. Nobody's perfect, Jobin. I very much enjoy the characters of FF10. In fact, Yuna is one of my favorites of all time. You know the problem is, Vex, is that the people who are responsible for releasing the preview videos, bad job. And that created a bunch of memes around it, and people stopped taking it seriously. And to be fair, the game shouldn't be taken seriously from a narrative perspective, but like, it convinced a lot of people that it was a big joke. Me, actually, honestly, I like the characters in 9 the absolute least. Except for Vivi. Vivi's a precious little being and should be protected forever. So yeah, I like the characters in 7 quite a bit more than 9. I mean, they're still fantastic characters, obviously. It's Final Fantasy, right? But there's something special about the characters in 7, you know? You see Aerith and Cloud and Tifa and the others, and it just, like, it stirs your heart. Especially with the remake. Oh, absolutely, Brosler. I've talked about nostalgia and how its influence on people is a net negative towards video games many times. It's not even a think thing, it's an objective fact. Nostalgia plays a significant part on how people perceive their favorite video games and has a net negative impact on games and game design and game enjoyment. It's been studied, and like it's an objective fact. That's a factor. But it's kind of hard to just say you're not allowed to have nostalgia, you know? Like, you just have to temper it, right? Yeah, you know why that is? It's because of nostalgia. This is literally what I was just talking about. What's going on is okay, so you may legitimately find more interest in games that you are when you were a kid, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Damn it, Coconut, do you mind? But the vast majority of people that insist that new games are bad and only old games are good, they're chasing a feeling that they'll never get again. So when you were a kid and you played a new game, you were filled with a sense of wonder and awe and all these things that you could do. Like, ooh, this is so new. And as you get older, you see the same reoccurring elements of storytelling. And instead of saying like, oh yeah, you know, like this is just this style of storytelling but done differently, this is just like the video game I played when I was a kid. It's not even original. And you become bitter about it. And so you're hunting back for that feeling of ooh and awe, the sense that you got when you were a kid and you played, you know, let's say Chrono Trigger for the first time, and you're just never gonna get it, ever. It's never gonna happen. It's an impossible dream to chase. It just won't ever happen ever again, because there's only one point in your life where you can see the world as something new and unique and fresh, and that is a kid when you're learning everything about the world. Like, think about Dragon Quest 1, right? What's the story? Hero saves the princess. How many freaking stories are there of hero saves the princess? Like about 5 million. Oh my god, Maya, you are so adorable. As soon as Coconut left, she noticed it and went right back over to this spot because that's her favorite spot. I love it. The point I'm getting at is like you would see all the other hero saves the princess stories as just copying Dragon Quest 1, and you wouldn't get that sense of wonder. You wouldn't get that sense of world to explore new things and everything. And so every time you're playing that old game, you're not like you might love it and that's fine, but you're chasing a feeling that you just won't get anymore. It's that sense of wonder and awe that you got when you were a kid. And it takes a lot of like time to think about that and go, okay, what do I actually like? Do I like chasing this feeling, or is it something that I actually like playing? And then you gotta like adjust, and that will help you learn to enjoy new things that are different, because new games are not bad. Old games are not bad. They're just games. Some of them are worse than others, sure, but you know, how do you adjust? Self-actualization, self-realization, understanding you, understanding what you want. The best thing to do is always ask the question, why? Why do I like this? And not just answer it with because, but answer it with a real answer. Like, why do you like this? Why do you do this thing? Why does this thing happen? And then actually seeking the answer to learn more about yourself. Yay, only 2 more shreds. I was the same way, by the way. I was the same way. Like, I hated Final Fantasy X when it came out. You want to know why? Because you don't fly around the open world map with the airship. What? Why? Why does that matter? Why does that matter? I didn't like FF12 because it was different. Same with FF13. And then I went back years later when I was like, you know, not a child. And I was like, holy shit, these games are amazing. Why was I hating on these things? You know, I didn't even finish FF12 until 10 years ago? Something like that. I beat it for the first time, even though I had gotten to the very, 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 very end of the game and didn't even know that was at the end of the game, by the way, and just didn't finish it because I was mad that it was so different, you know? Same with 13. But then by the time FF15 came out, I had realized that I was being silly, and I was not hating the thing for what it wasn't, but loving it for what it was. And then FF15 stole my heart, and I love it because I accepted that Final Fantasy 15 is unapologetically itself and not trying to live up to somebody else's standards. I'm not saying you should play games that you hate. I'm saying you should come to understand and realize what it is that you love and do those things. You know? As long as they don't hurt other people, of course. But if you enjoy playing turn-based RPGs, play them. If you never gave action RPGs a chance, try them with an open mind, you know?
Goodbye.
And then find something in that realm that interests you. You know, be realistic with yourself and the product in question instead of, you know, like, whoa, what the hell? Oh God, I love the story of FF12. Oh my God, I absolutely adore that story. It's insane to me. The mastery of the language and just the nuance of all the little things that are happening and why they happen, all the little hidden character motives is just so cool. It's so well done. FF12's story is just, I think, a masterstroke personally. You dislike games that other people like. Now that's just arbitrary, man. That's just being a hater, dude. You don't gotta do that. You know what? Maybe play the game that everybody loves and find out why they love it. Maybe there's a real reason there. Honestly, one of the things that really bugs me is when people hate a thing just because it's popular. Who cares? It's like they say that they don't want their personality and interests shaped by other people, but they're literally doing that by making you hate something that's popular. So you're already affected by it, whether you like it or not. You know what I mean? You know, Final Fantasy IX is very popular as well and very well loved, but you love that, obviously, right? See? You see that it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter how many people like a thing. What matters is whether or not you like a thing. How did they set up such an intricate story by starting by beating up an evil tomato? I know, right? Isn't exactly a compelling intro, is it? Hey, if that's the conclusion you came to, Susumu, rock it, bro. Like, be yourself unapologetically, whatever that is. Hey, there we go, last shred. I'm gonna go hit up the vendor while I'm here to make sure that I actually have the captures that I thought I have. The perspective, oh, you mean the perspective? Yeah, the perspective of child me and adult me have vastly changed as well because I've grown to understand a lot more things at a much more real level, you know? A child's understanding of the world is very, it's like an animal's understanding of the world almost. It's just objectively what is in front of your eyes and there's no depth or nuance to it. But then teenagers, the thing is that they've just started learning to understand the world, and so they think they understand everything, and that's one of the problems, is like kids think they understand everything because they just started learning things, and it's like, oh, you sweet summer child, it's so much more than that. But that's part of growing up, right? You know? It's not like that. I feel like giving a game a third chance to hook me up because many say that game is really good, but I already gave it a second chance, but I still don't like it. That's all right. You don't have to like anything at all. You're not required to like anything. Oh, Lamashtu, damn it. Wow, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 1. Great. Alright, where was that? That's, Jose. Mushroom Rock. Mushroom Rock. But yeah, I mean, like, if you gave it a try with an open mind and you weren't already ready to hate it just because you were like hating on it for whatever reason, and you didn't like it, they didn't like it. That's it. You know, that's fine. I should be able to go here, and that way I don't have to run all the way through. Technically, I got 2 ghosts, and I accidentally killed one. Of course I get a zoo. That's fine then. There's no problem there. Just because it's well loved and popular does not mean you have to like it. You can go in and play a thing and you go, it's not for me, and that's okay. The end. You know, you don't have to say it sucks or something like that, but you can say it's not for me. And that's cool. That's completely valid, dude. I'm trying to think of a well-loved game that I didn't like. Because I have a really broad taste in video games, I like all sorts of stuff. So generally speaking, if fans of a certain genre like a thing, I'm probably going to like it too because I like everything. I like lots of stuff. Any kind of game style is fine with me. Yeah, it's like pushing for something but hoping for the best. Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm not sure how well loved that is. It's decently well loved. Yeah, I would say that's a good entry. That's a good start. Kingdom Hearts 2 is decently well loved, and I didn't like it. But I wouldn't say it's like universally accepted as like a very excellent game, you know? Like, for instance, Elden Ring is universally accepted as like an awesome game. That kind of thing. I know you're just being unapologetically yourself, Mr. J, but those are not popular games. And actually, the more I read into people that have played them, the more I find people that are similarly minded to myself. No offense, but that definitely doesn't apply for sure. And I know you're just joking, but yeah. Yeah, I gave it full 10s. I hated it. Out of 100. Watching somebody play a game, I don't give a crap how much I love a game. I will watch a person that I enjoy watching play anything. Well, it depends on the game. What game is it, Rossler, that you're talking about? I'll let you know if you just haven't quite made it to a point where I think it starts to open up if I played it. You don't like Ocarina of Time? That seems reasonable. The GOAT, Superman 64, obviously the masterpiece of masterpieces. Right behind Ephemeral Fantasia, obviously. No, it's fine. You're allowed to have opinions, Rossler. And if there's one thing I've done with this community is I've cultivated it to make sure that, you know, everybody understands that having an open mind about things and having your own interests is completely reasonable. Nobody's gonna say, I mean, they might joke with you and be like, how dare you, but they're all kidding. You're fine. I'm guessing he's gonna say Expedition 33.
Your count.
Persona, oh dude, no, you're fine. You are so fine. No, Persona 5 is a little overrated. I enjoyed Persona 5. I played it twice. I do like Persona 5, but Persona games in general are not nearly as good as people, Persona fans would like people to believe. Persona 5 sold because of memes and style. Persona 4 sold about 800,000 copies. Persona 5 has sold like 7 million or something like that. Think about that. Persona 5 is barely any different than Persona 4. They're barely different. Just think about that. That's why your distaste for Persona is completely valid. No, that's not I enjoyed Persona 5. Persona 4 was okay, but they're not nearly as good at games as Persona fans would have you believe. No, don't worry about that. You not that you would need it to be a good game to feel to not be valid anyway, but you're valid regardless. But still, like, absolutely when it comes to that. Wait. After Palm Lands, I should do Cavern. Yeah. Right. It's a lot of anime tropes and generics, and the writing is oftentimes mediocre, and they're way too drawn out. Yeah, there's all sorts of, like, how long did it take you before you got your first battle? 2 hours? 3 hours? Like, it just, ugh, man. No, you're not a weird one there. You're totally fine. Like I said, it doesn't matter how well loved and popular the game is, you're valid for not liking something regardless. But Persona 5 is not a game that you should feel guilty about not liking, period. Like, super period, like ultra period, you know? Although the music is, well, you'll never see it coming. Music in Persona games is always really good. Yeah, it's very anime, absolutely. If you're not into the anime tropes and generics, like, it's not gonna be for you regardless. All right, this is one of the worst areas for capturing ever, because we gotta deal with magic pots and find hidden tonberries and everything. So this one may take take some time. Oh, good, a magic pot right away. Huzzah! I think 9 hours should be enough. Yeah, absolutely. A full day with the game to make you realize if you don't like it or not. That's a full freaking day, dude. That's like your whole day gone. If you don't know whether or not you like it at that point, then I feel like you just haven't been paying attention. So yeah, completely. Shit! I forgot. Oh God. Well, I'm dead. What did you do? You know, oh, hey. Huh. We're just gonna, you know, 2 encounters, 2 magic pots. Need the biggest bag of dicks. So I know that this is totally fine because this is actually something we'll be farming later on as Dark Yojimbo, because you have to fight it, what, 3 or 4 times in order to fully clear Dark Yojimbo. But you can fight it like 2 or 3 times and then leave. And then rinse, repeat to get the drops that you want. So I could totally leave, it'll reset the event, we're totally fine, it doesn't matter. The room I want to go to is over here. The room I've had the best luck in grinding in here is down the hall, and that's what I was trying to do, is go to that hallway. So that's a Nidhogg, which we're done with, and then the Dark Elements we're also done with already too. But there's a midway room that I've had really good luck with on getting the things that I want. That's the Imp, right? I have 10 of those. And the Valaha, I don't have 10, but it's like getting Valahas is the easiest thing in the world, because outside the Cavern of the Fate, it's the only thing that spawns is the Valahas, so I don't care about those. In fact, I'll just not even bother worrying about the count. Oh, that's the Epage. Oh, I'm done with those. Valaha is the doggo, never mind. But it's that enemy right there, the Epage is what it's called. I just got the name wrong. All right, this is my favorite room to grind in. It's actually closer to the entrance. And I've had really good luck with on the little mounds where the little fireflies are, getting tonberries more often. But this is basically finding 10 tonberries. Everything else will just kind of come. Baldur's Gate 3 is absolutely fantastic. However, you should know that the genre of video game may not be your cup of tea. It's called a CRPG. So if you liked Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, or Icewind Dale, or Pathfinder, Pillar of Exile, what are some other really good CRPGs, then you'll definitely like Baldur's Gate 3 because it is by Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, both fantastic. But yeah, I will say that Baldur's Gate 3 is the best CRPG, bar none. Like, not even close. Okay, my recommendation is to play one that's a little bit cheaper, but the thing is, it's like, I mean, if you're gonna get into CRPGs, Baldur's Gate's the GOAT, right? So, like, yeah. Just understand that it's... did you ever play Dragon Age? Did you ever play Dragon Age? Dragon Age 1.
Down.
Did you play Dragon Age 2? Okay. I'm surprised you haven't played Dragon Age 1. That one's extremely popular. I mean, I recommend it, but CRPGs are kind of like turn-based RPGs, but like on a field, okay? So like, think about Diablo 2, where you have like isometric style of camera coming down on someone, and then every like there's like a turn order, kind of like Final Fantasy X, where it's based off of your initiative or your speed in this regard. And you get your turn, and you can do a variety of actions, and it's very open. I mean, you could like pick up a barrel and throw it at your opponent and light it on fire and cause a chain reaction of explosions, or throw a bowl that you found in a house down the road at their head or something like that. Like, the amount of things that you can do is insane. There's incredible amounts of depth. But it's not a tactics RPG. It's not a tile-based thing. It's more like you have a field and you can interact in that field and engage your opponent on a turn-based style of gameplay. It's definitely a turn-based RPG, but it's called CRPG because it's different. It's not like this, where you sit in a line and take your turns. It's more tactical and strategic, but it's not a tactics RPG either. Because the thing is that you can unpause the game and just let it go. Right? You can just let it go, but then you can pause and stop the gameplay anytime you want to micromanage your actions and assign different things to happen. So it's much more like involved, but also like not at the same time. It's really hard to explain without ever having seen a CRPG. I recommend it, but just like, you know, take a look at the preview videos and see if it's your style. Technically Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 do take place before Baldur's Gate 3, but the narrative is very focused around not requiring Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, because Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 came out in the early 90s, and Baldur's Gate 3 came out like 2 years ago, right? So there's a huge gap between it. So they wanted to make sure that the game related to the previous ones, but didn't require them. So you can play 3 first. But if you really get into it, you can play 1 and 2 first. They're just, you know, old and dated and use different rule sets because D&D 2nd Edition was the rule set back then, whereas nowadays I think they use 5e, which is, you know, D&D rule set that is more modern. I personally would recommend doing Baldur's Gate 3 first, just because, like, you have a much higher chance of enjoying that one over the others.
Enough.
That's not an unpopular opinion at all. DQ's 11 is universally loved as like the best Dragon Quest game out there, so definitely not an unpopular opinion. Yes, very much so. Everybody loves Dragon Quest 11. Myself included. BG3 is so vast you can even bone a bear. Like with food, you know, feed it a bone. Obviously is what you meant by that. All my homies love DQ11. Ah, shit. This is actually perfect because it'll eventually take me right to the back end of Titus's grid right here. So she'll be able to follow everybody here. I enjoyed the DQ3 remake. I haven't gotten to 1 and 2 yet, though. Damn it. I hate it when I do that. Ooh, how much is that aim in there? How much is that aim in the window? 2. I think I shall open it up regardless. Which means I'm gonna go get it. Well, the DQ3 1 to 3 remakes really make DQ 1 to 3 very, very accessible and playable, so... But they're definitely remakes and not remasters for the DQ 1 to 3. I haven't played Jake Cocoon. I don't think I have it. I think that's one of those PS1 RPGs that I never got, and it just always has evaded my grasp. I think I played the demo of it. They had like the PlayStation Magazine demo. I didn't dislike it, but I don't remember much about it other than like you use monsters to battle.
Goodbye.
I just like to point out that I have 5 Tonberries and only 2 ghosts. My RNG hits different sometimes. You know, usually I say that I'm not a big fan of like monsters as party members because it usually means you have to start all the way over. Like Ni no Kuni 1 was so frustrating with this, and I dislike that. But if there's like mechanics that let you kind of merge and sort of build from them to advance them, I'm all for it. As long as I don't have to like restart my monsters every time I want to change things up, you know what I mean? I think it was very well deserved, yes. So I had my eye on Expedition 33 for a long time. From the very, very, very first intro videos when it was like Project something or other, I had my eye on it because I thought it had the potential to be extremely good if they did it right. So I was watching it for a very long time, and I was very interested in what it could have been. And when the demo came out, there was a creator demo that came out before the game came out, and I played that creator demo, and I stopped before I finished the creator demo because I was so stricken with the game, with how good it was, that I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to spoil I didn't want to like get any more information about the game until the game was out so that I could actually like continue playing and fulfilling what was available in the game. If that makes any sense. Like, I was like, this is so good, I don't want to ruin it, or it's not really ruining it because you're just playing it early, it's not a big deal. But like, I didn't want it, I wanted to experience the game when it came out. I was so in love with it, and when it finally came out, I played it day one, 100% it, and was extremely happy with it. So yes, I do think it was all well deserved. Not to mention, there wasn't anything that came out that year that was really all that good in comparison. I mean, there were some alright games that came out. There was some pretty decent stuff last year, but like Expedition 33 absolutely blew it out of the water in my opinion, and it's all well deserved. This is like completely unknown studio. There was no like viral campaign that went wild. They got all of their merit simply from word of mouth and people loving the game, which in my opinion makes it that much more valid of all of those awards, like deserving of those awards. Baldur's Gate 3, as fantastic as it is, was in early access for like 4 years or something, with the first act being available, and it only got popular because of a viral social media post that went crazy, and then everybody learned about it from there. Expedition 33 didn't have any of that. It was pure word of mouth. People talking about it and saying, holy crap, this is amazing. And Baldur's Gate 3 was deserving of all of the merits that it got as well, but its explosive growth was due to viral marketing. Well, not really viral marketing, it was a viral social media post that had nothing to do with the marketing team, but still, when you go viral, it doesn't even matter if it's for a bad thing, you'll get a lot more attention, you know? You know what they say, like there's no such thing as bad news, right? Even if you're in the newspaper for bad news, you're still getting a lot of attention, and that'll attract people, curiosity, etc. It's intentional for Rustler. They're or publicity. Sorry, yeah, bad publicity. It's intentional. They're supposed to be hiding things from you, but you know that's just part of the story. I'm not going to say any more because people should be able to enjoy it. Boo, magic pot, boo! Thanks for nothing. Yep, all I'd say to people that haven't played Expedition 33 is, don't go in with any kind of expectation. People have been talking it up and praising it all this time. When you go into something with that kind of expectation, you're gonna be let down, because it's an impossible standard. So, go in, not necessarily, like, hesitant, but just expect to, like, have a normal experience, and that's fine, you know? Don't let the praise and hype of other people affect your expectations. It's like this. If you go in to watch a movie and your expectations are like, this is gonna be the best thing ever. If it's an average movie, you're gonna be like, well, that was a letdown. If you go into a movie going, and then it's an average movie, you're like, hey, that was all right. You know what I mean? It's the same deal. Like, you have to temper your expectations and go, it doesn't matter what kind of hype there is around something, you gotta take a step back and go, this can still suck, or I might just not like it, and that's fine. So every time someone's like, oh man, BGG, you gotta try this thing, I'm always like, all right, I'll take a look at it, but you know, I'll make my own judgments, right? And so that little bit of doubt kind of like helps tempt things down a little bit and go, okay, let's see what it is for what it actually is and not for what all these people are saying. You know what I mean? Wow. Well,
couldn't reach the far plane.
Ghosts have now surpassed Tonberries. Didn't expect that. But as you can see, I'm having very good luck on this little mound. I'm getting a lot of ghosts and tonberries and very little anything else. So this is my favorite place to do Cavern of the Faith captures for the rare stuff. Meet Peter Capaldi. Don't ask me who's that. I don't know who that is. Oh, that's one of the okay, that's one of the newer Doctor Who's. I've only gotten up to like season 7, I think, of the new series. Yeah, expect it to only get more and more crazy until the AI bubble pops, and even then, who knows? I do want to keep Riku above critical HP because her stagger animation is very long when she's in critical HP, even with haste. Oh, come on, I'm just getting like 8 magic pots in a row here, bud. You know, I spoke very nicely about this spot for captures in the Cavern of Soul and Faith, and the game's like, oh, really? Well, let me ruin your entire life. Thanks. At least I got an elixir. That's definitely an RPG party. Very diverse.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Waka 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 waka. Boom. Hey, a ghosty. What's really funny is we actually need 4 Valaha still, but I haven't fought a single one on this little mound. I really do think that these mounds are higher ghost and Tonberry spawns. Like, some formations are just straight up cut out, you know? We haven't seen any of the Yowies, or Imps, or Nidogs, or Dark Elements. It's just been Magic Pots, Ghosts, Tonberries, and what? Valahas, I think? Magic Pots are everywhere, though, those sons of bitches. High Noon, your doom! Coming at you, where the... Line. Nobody knows my 90s music references.
Whoa! Talk about a hardhead.
Yes, coming at you, we're a broom. A hardhead. Alright, that's all the ghosties. We just need 4 Tonberries, and then we'll need the 4 Valahas after we stop doing the Tonberries. Yep, it existed. Believe it or not, music existed 30 years ago. It's true. I was there. I was there. Do not speak to me of the deep magic. I was there when it was being made. Well, there's a Valaha, weirdly enough. It was the prohibition. It was prohibited.
Goodbye.
What do you mean goodbye? Oh, she crit. Okay. These things have 9,999 HP exactly. I think Lulu needs like a lot of levels to get where everybody else is at, so... Yeah, she won't be able to participate in doing 99.99 on defensive enemies just yet. Which, once again, it does not matter because I am basically greenlit to do all the captures. There's nothing standing in our way. There's no inconsistency or maybe not enough accuracy or not enough damage. It'll all just be very clean and reliable. Obviously, there will be some pushback in some of the harder enemies, but yeah. Blaya? What's a Blaya? Blaya. Blaya? I need the Tauntauns. Did I seriously? Oh my god. I got the no encounter armor. It's extremely rare. That one that I made myself. Yep. Wow. Wow. This is like a really like huge meme item right here. The no encounter drop in the Cavern of Stolen Faith. It's like a one in 1,000 chance of getting a no encounter item or something like that. It's very rare. I mean that's if you get the drop to begin with.
Goodbye.
So it's very rare. I don't remember exactly how low it is, but I know there's like this big video that was made by an old friend of mine who got into making speedrun videos about like why and how certain things are done. And it was this big thing about like, oh, if we could only do a Final Fantasy X speedrun and get this armor, but it's so ridiculously low chance. But then they like devised some like RNG manipulation that was kind of reliable and stuff, and yeah, it's very rare. I'd love to go back into that video and because he does the math. It was Doc, yeah, it's Doc Swellman. I'd love to go back in that video and see what the rate is, because I want to say it's like really uncommon. I knew him back when he was KSI the Doctor.
Enough.
Oh my god. The move had to go so long. Blip. Oh, spawn rates. I just need 3 more Tonberries. Oh, and 1 more of these, actually. It's funny that I started getting these after I made a comment about him. Oh yeah, I just need 1 more Valaha. Which will be a lot easier than the Tonberry. I'll probably get it before the 3 Tons, but you know, I got like 5 Tons before I got 1 of those when I first got in here, so you know, who can say? RNG gonna RNG. Oh shoot, sorry, I yawned a little bit. I try not to yawn. I'm getting all the things that don't do anything for me. Stop that. I guess at this point, everything doesn't do anything for me except for a Tonberry, right? So... Boo! Down with magic pots, down with magic pots, up with magic pot. Bingo, here, have my garbage. It's a turd. That is his home, but also his chamber pot, so you know, it's a little awkward in there. Gross. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm not even gonna entertain that thought. Rogue Galaxy, it was fine until the end, then it got really bad. Oh no, I got it wrong. Oh, shame. So what does that make it in total? What part of the challenge? Just Nemesis or Penance or the only girls only or what? Five percent-ish? All of it? Okay. Well, I would say be prepared for a little bit more pushback than you might think. Don't be afraid to grind. And other than that, you're fine. Oh, and when you get to grinding for Nemesis and Penance, just look up the triple AP weapon trick and just do that. You can either do it with the Tonberry or the Cactuar. I recommend the Cactuar personally. And then just, you know, experiment a little bit and you'll be fine. And be prepared to grind. No, there's no trick. It's just complete guessing. In fact, you don't know that. You may not know this if you haven't done it yourself with the magic pots. It has about like 8 or 10 different targets on each of those eyes that you can choose as a guess to see which one is the one with the item. And I just don't care about the item, so I don't bother even trying to guess. Not that it matters, because it could literally be any one of them, you know? Alright, so we just need 3 Tonberries now. So, 5% chance is it's still 1 in 20. Still kind of lowish. Not as rare as I thought. I remember the video expressing how it being exceedingly rare. A no encounter accessory would make the Final Fantasy X speedrun very fast. Yeah, right, Jobin? Ugh. Your extra spheres on Aeons? No, I don't customize my Aeons at all. As far as weapon customization goes, just get the Celestials. Just get the Celestial weapons. You're fine at that point. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, you gotta factor in the chance of encountering the item, the monster that drops it to begin with. That's what makes it prohibitively low rate. Is it to encounter the ghost to begin with? That's what it was. That's why it was so uncommon. use the rate. No, I'm talking about the video about like the rate of getting it for a speedrunner, not just the rate of getting it, period. That's where the disconnect is. Like I was thinking, because I remember the video saying it was an extremely low chance, but as a speedrunner, you basically need to get it on the first encounter or not at all, because otherwise it's not worth it at that point. So it's the rate of encountering it, and the rate of them dropping an item, and the rate of them dropping the item that has that. That's where the, like I said, the disconnect is for me. Yeah, well, I mean, I went all the way through the Cavern of Stolen Faith and I found one ghost. And they were almost the last thing that I finished my captures on, so they're definitely on the lower end of spawn rate. But, just wanting to farm ghosts for the drop wouldn't be too terrible, especially with the monster arena. And you only have to capture one in order to get them there. Then you can fight as many as you want. You know what's crazy to me is the Nemesis speedrun is like 22, 24 hours. But like it's taken me 16 hours of freaking farming captures to get to where I am now. And it's just like, I mean, how am I supposed to make that faster? I'm sitting here like getting a high as rate as I possibly can, you know? I can't make these rare spawns spawn any faster. I will say though, with only needing one Tonberry, we've only been here for about half an hour. So half an hour for Cavern of the Stolen Faith? I'm for that. That's good. Yeah, I suppose running away would make things faster for enemies that you don't care about. But honestly, when you have my output, it's almost faster to just kill them, right? Just like blip, done, get my SP, I'm out of there. And then I get sphere levels, you know? I don't know. I mean, running away is probably faster, but still. Plus the item management and the victory screens, those probably take time. Here's all the extra targets. Bunch of targets. Yeah, first strike flea, exactly. Yeah. 19 hours, nice. But world record is world record. Nobody else is doing that, obviously. Is it still Mafunian, or is it somebody else now? Don't know him. Hey, there we go, my last Tonberry. Yep, it was about 35, 40 minutes tops to get all the Tonberries. Or all the Cavern of the Faith captures. That's actually, I want to say like Calmlands took me longer. And that one's a way more manageable capture arena area, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, 10 Tonberries now. We do Mount Gagazet. Oops. What am I doing? I can just hit the sphere. I used to watch Mifunian do these runs a lot, and I remember the run being around 22 to 24 hours, but you know, that's like an average run, right? Not the world record run. So I don't know if it was his run or not. Oh, you just had to troll me with one last magic pop before we get out of here, didn't you? Yeah, eat a giant bag of phallic male organs. An engorged satchel of male organs. Not Omega Ruins, Mount Gazagazi. Yo, that guy is a machine, dude. Grat. Bashura, we're good on anything on the mountain pass. So we want the cave entrance. Yeah, we do have to come back for Dark Yojimbo. That's true. Alright, I'm just gonna get the fishies out of the way first, so I just don't have to worry about them. As a Bandersnatch, we're done. We got 7 of those now. That's a Nidhogg, right? We're already done with those. My lips are very dry. Alright, now we're good for smooch and chat. Rico and Rico and Rico, Rico, Rico and Rico and Rico, Rico, Rico and Rico and Rico, Rico, Rico and Rico and Rico, Rico. Rico and Rico and Rico, Rico, Rico and Rico and Rico, 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 Rico. Oh my god. I don't know if there's a clip of it or anything, but there was this time when I was playing Final Fantasy X casually for the first time in a long time, and I was at the I had built Waka differently because I forget what I'd done exactly, but like oh shit! Thankfully, it didn't do any damage. That's weird that he got an attack. But like, I was doing the Expert Sphere Grid, and it's the first time I was doing the Expert Sphere Grid. And I was like, I'm gonna make Titus a white mage, and I'm gonna make, I'm gonna put Yuna in Orange Tree. And that's how I learned about Yuna being amazing with the physical attack power and her Aeons and everything. That's what carried me through the game, because everything else was a complete and utter mistake. Anyway, I want to say I took Waka down Riku's tree, and he was really fast, and I was using him. And when I got to the, I think it was the what was it? The Yeti fight? And the CTB order, I was like laughing my ass off because it was just like all Waka because he had so much agility. I was like, oh my god, dude, look at Waka, he's just loaded it. And then I looked at it, and it was 4 Wakas that said, Waka, 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 Waka. Oh, I'm an idiot. Joey, thank you for the 305 bids. This whole setup for something that just wasn't very funny, but it just tickled me. I don't know, man. Alright, we're done with splashers, which is almost always the first one to be done. I don't like that I'm getting ambushed. It's scary to me. Like, I don't think I have anything to worry about, but still, they are poisoning me, and that bothers me. Poison does 25% of max HP per turn, so if I didn't cleanse that, I would die. And I've gotten 2 ambushes out of like the 4 or 5 encounters, you know, that's kind of huge. Alright, that's all the Achilles, the little thunder fishy. So now we just need the big boys. Boom, 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 boom. This is why I wanted to do a short grind before I got into doing all the captures, because it just goes. I need to sell all my excess items, so I'm gonna have to go back after this. It'll actually save me time because you get a bunch of junky drops all the time, so. Hey, perfect, that's what I need right there, last 2. Oh, that's a petrify animation. When you petrify things in this game, that's what happens. Oh, nice. Bashuras are a little uncommon. Oh, apparently I'm actually capped on those, so never mind. Because of getting them on the mountain pass, see? Oh, that really helped. I agree, you should replay this.
Any last minutes?
Wow, 2 flexible arms. I got a ball. I'm gonna keep that actually. Huh, interesting. Or where I even got those. The reason is because initiative stops preemptives against you. Must have been some area that I was doing captures in then, maybe the cavern. No, it had been earlier because they're way up on the inventory list. slow touch? Wow. I don't think I've ever seen slow touch before. That's cool. Yeah, these are the Cavern of the Stolen Faith items.
You're selling?
But once sin is...
Man, you're...
Yeah, I love the customization of this game, but it's either like really, really expensive on the materials that you need to do optional stuff for, and a lot of the drops are like 3% more magic power, and it's like, yippee, you know, so... It's like yes and no, both. I love it, but also it needs to be brought into more sane realm where, you know, actually they're accessible. Because you can't really get any of the decent customizations unless you basically get to the end of the game and start doing post-game content. But some of those customizations are pretty busted. Oh, I don't think I've ever been down there. Well, not anytime recently. Oh, chill, forget about me. Oh, it's a Mandragora, never mind. I will never not love that shatter animation. It's so good. Going good, going good. I think we're making really good headway and really good pace. I took a few roundabout paths to get here, but I'm at the point where I'm just 99.99 with everybody with capture weapons, just rush through, bringing everything down very quickly, kind of method here, you know what I mean? As far as the Mount Gagazet stuff, there's like the Mandragora here, the Behemoth, the Grendel, which is like the big boy, big like dual horn thing, and then Dark Flans. This is the Dark Flan. If I get to the point where all I need are things like Dark Flan and Behemoths, it's better to go to the road to Xanarkand Ruins because they spawn in much higher quantity there. So for now, we just go here to make sure we can get the Bandersnatch and the Grendels and stuff, which I should be able to get. Possibly. I only have 2 more areas, but the Omega Ruins can be a bit of a time-consuming capture because there's a lot of enemies in the Omega Ruins, and a lot of them have a very low spawn rate. I'm wondering if any of the ones that I need are on the mountain pass. I don't think so. Like, what, Grendel? Pretty sure is in here. And a Bandersnatch. What's the Bandersnatch? Wait, isn't that the thing that I just fought? The ogre-looking thing? Oh, she doesn't have armor break, obviously. I thought the Bandersnatch was like the doggo, yeah. Oh, it's Beshura that's the ogre. Alright, I think it's best to fight near the entrance here, because then I have a higher chance of getting things like this. There's Grendel. more Grendel. Good. You can't get away from me. It is pointless to try. Oh, he's charging his lasers. Let me know when that goes off. You know, give me. I'm you know, I'm sure it'll happen any. Oh no, never mind. Hey, there's our snatchy bander. Gonna snatch him into the captivity. The last Bandersnatch is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace. That is Grendel 8. Moogle Mog's got hops. Metroid is a girl, but I thought Metroid had a robot suit and he was a space pirate to destroy the, you know, bad guys with his robot magic suit or whatever. Besides, Halo is my favorite robot warrior guy. Dog flan.
Say, is that edible?
Yes, Riku, it is edible. Yeah, Halo's a cool guy. He kills monsters and doesn't afraid of anything. Yep, anything's edible at least once. Hello, Behemoth. That makes 4. Oops.
Goodbye.
Flip. Tiny little Moogle versus giant dark Flan. Moogle wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. Yeah. Like a spoonful of yellow cake. Won't need food for the rest of your life. Alright, so that was the last Bandersnatch. So at this point we just need a Grendel. And then we'll go up to the top to just do the higher level stuff. So that's just a Grendel, and then it's Behemoths, Mandragoras, Dark Plans. There's our Grendel. Yeah, but you can eat a part of it, you know, and that's still eating it. It's not eating all of it. Nobody said you had to consume the entirety of the object, just whether or not you could consume the object, period. We were questioning its edibility, not whether or not you could eat the whole thing. What is a man, Dragora, but a miserable pile of secrets and poison? Lots and lots of poison. Enough talk, have at you! I think I might just keep her on armor break. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I want to put Lulu on mug. Because I could actually just keep mugging things as I'm capturing, as opposed to not mugging them. Yeah, there's definitely a different quote that people typically use. I was also debating on whether or not I wanted to use that one, but I thought, nah, probably for the best not to. If you know, you know, and I think that's enough.
Goodbye.
My mom sometimes watches this stream, you know? Ether ore. If I got one, doesn't matter if I got one or the, well, you know what? No, I'm too tired to think of the joke. I was gonna play it, I was gonna make a joke, but then, you know.
Enough.
You know, honestly, I feel comfortable doing the rest of these captures right here, as opposed to going into the Xanarkin area. Because I got a sphere right here, so yeah. And the Dark Plans do have a really high rate here, as well as the Behemoths and the Mandragoras, so yeah, I'm good. Yep. She enjoys that I found, you know, a livelihood out here. She always reaffirms that I always have the face for radio, you know? Thanks, Ma.
Goodbye.
Cool.
Thank you, Joy, for the 123 bits. Oh. Cool. Yeah, you are ugly. Cool. Thanks. I'm actually the lowest on behemoths. I need 5 still. 3 more mandragoras and 2 more dark flans. Pasted booby waggle looks a little weird, not gonna lie. Gasp. Can't believe I missed all those attacks. My accuracy is good, but it's not perfect on Luluman unit yet. They need about 10 or 15 to really make it reliable. Which is fine, it doesn't really matter because I've captured every highly evasive enemy, so we're good there. Dude, imagine being that dragon and just looking at this little doll like waggle up to you and it's like, "Roar," and it just absolutely destroys you as it just like bops into your face and like that's it, you just like lights out like what the hell happened? But I'm a big scary dragon. Blah, blah. Yeah. One punch! Boop! I do have all of my celestial weapons for my girls. I just have to go and acquire them. Which once we finish the captures, that's exactly what we'll do. I feel like I need to go past the save point to get the rate better for the higher tier monsters that I want. It just feels like I kind of keep going down this path and getting worse and worse luck.
Enough.
Enough, Waka! Honestly, no Waka is already enough Waka.
For real?
Well, I guess that depends on you. Thank you, Joey, for the 144 bids. Kaboom! Little Moogle with like a big old cigar hanging out of his mouth is like, alright, asshole, give me all your money. Don't try any funny business. I can't believe I'm getting mooged.
Enough.
There goes my rent payment. I'm sharpening my knife, Koopo. Huh? Say hello to your mother for me. I'm loading my Glock, Koopo. So what? I'm what? What? You heard me. Hey, we should go. We should go. Is that a, yeah, SOS, yeah. See, that's the thing. He's not stabbing you. The move, Hiso? He doesn't need to stab you. It's just a slap. Open palm, 5 fingers. Slap. He doesn't need a knife. He's not held down by requiring some kind of device or weapon. Hiso knows what's up. Alright, I think we're gonna go to the Xanarkin ruins. An airplane. Nine tons of metal. But why? Yeah, in Final Fantasy IX, if you try to summon the overworld Moogle to save the game and you keep dismissing him, he gets really annoyed, and eventually he'll say things like, "I'm sharpening my knife, Koopo." You know? Or, "You're really starting to tick me off." Koopo. See, there's another reason to farm for the enemies out here too. You get this music. The double reason to do it out here versus in the cave. Also, the background is so good. I did. I will make you like them. You will love Final Fantasy games or else. It was actually the Moogles that destroyed Xanarkin. Nope, Sin actually, if you want to talk about actual game lore, Sin did not destroy Xanarkin. Sin was a product of Yu Yevon to try and protect Xanarkin. It was Bavel that destroyed Xanarkin. That's it for Dark Flames. So it's just a Mandragora and 5 Behemoths. Behemoths are pretty common on this path. I want to say I got like 10 just on my way here. Which actually I would have captured them all if that were the case, so I clearly didn't get 10. Well, there's my last Mandragora. Honestly, there aren't that many Final Fantasies where the church is like corrupt or whatever. It is definitely an RPG trope, but I think it's just a storytelling trope, to be perfectly honest. I want to say, like, let's see. Nope. 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 No. No. Nope. Can't really say 13 as like a religion. It's more their leader that just kind of looks like the Pope. So that's not it. So yeah, just this one. This is the only one. This is the only Final Fantasy that even has like a prominent religious like tone or set or like place, like a concept, I guess. And of course it's, you know, and even then the church isn't all that corrupt. It's mostly just Seymour. The church itself knows the score and just assumes that that's the only way, but they're actually not all that corrupt. Actually, they want the best for Spirit just like everybody else.
Down.
Keenock as well, yeah. But it's more people specifically. Yeah, I mean, once again, FF14 is like Final Fantasy Disneyland, so it kind of has everything. Not to mention, it has multiple stories in it. Every new expansion is a story, so like it has dozens of different unique stories. So, I mean, I just abstain from mentioning the MMOs because they're always gonna have everything every single time. It's like after so many expansions, you gotta go somewhere. Give me your money, bitch. Ah, that's just the American healthcare system, Laser Dante. Four more behemies. Yeehaw! Yeah, sorry, not yeehaw, just eat. Thanks for the correction. It's a shame you can't ever find auto haste equipment. Can you imagine being able to drop the auto haste is so good. Early, even if you could just, like, there was a secret way to get the Chocobo wings and everything that you needed for auto haste, like, just being able to get that early on would be so good. That being said, I mean, you do get haste early on, and that is still very good, but auto haste lets you start with all the extra turns, you know? And if you die, you gotta recast it, you know, it's just not the same as auto haste. once again, that goes in with the whole idea, like that at its core, the Yevon Church is good. It's mostly Kinaka and Seymour that are corrupt. Micah, he just like Seymour. Okay, if you look at the interactions closely, you'll realize that Seymour kind of bows to Micah, like he takes his lead, and Seymour has his own ulterior motive. He understands, like Micah understands that like the summoners have to go and do their thing. This is the only way to defeat sin. He has no desire to watch Spira die, right? Like when we tell him we beat Unalesca and everything. He wants to protect Spira, and he thinks that's the only way to do it. Being unsent isn't by itself a bad thing. Arn is unsent. Lots of people are unsent, you know? So he wants what's best for Spira. He just doesn't know that, what do you call it? Friggin' Seymour has an ulterior motive that's way beyond just, you know, having control to make sure that the pilgrimages go. He wants ultimate power. Yeah, exactly. He goes, I have no desire to see Spira die, and then just like dissipates himself. It like basically sends himself because he didn't want to watch everybody get hurt. So like he's good, but he has some questionable morals, you know, because he like doesn't care that Seymour killed his dad. So like he's more, I would say, neutral, or maybe even like chaotic good, because he will do the thing that he thinks is best, regardless of the rules and the law set before him. And chaotic good doesn't always mean that you do good, because like the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right?
Enough.
God, I can't believe behemoths are the last one. Usually it's mandragoras. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely corrupt, but corrupt doesn't always necessarily mean super bad evil, right? Like, corrupt just means that he uses the system to his advantage or to push whatever agenda that is his agenda. His agenda is to protect Spira by making sure the pilgrimages happen, but obviously that's misguided because he never even considered in the 100 years or 50 years that he was Maester to find an alternative route. He just accepted the fate of everybody that had to sacrifice himself. Damn. I mean, racism is a prominent factor in this game's story. Didn't actually think of it that way. Except for the Al Bhed. I mean, as a whole anyway. He's a machine. Bro, where are my behemoths at? Not just Yuna, but all the summoners. And just like Waka, you know, he learns and grows from his mistakes as well, and that's good. It's all part of what makes the storytelling and the characters so good in this.
Down.
Like, characters have flaws, but they grow and learn and adapt from them, you know? If they're good characters, anyway. I mean, they're all good characters. Like, the bad guys are just bad guys, and they don't, you know, learn from their mistakes. They just continue being bad. But I meant, like, well written, you know? Boom. Raging Cactuar. Counter. I mean, Lulu has the stats to make that useful, so hey. You know, they live in like a tree, and a lot of their body features kind of look like roots and things like that. I think they're more like kind of half like nature-y tree people, and their hair just kind of feels like tree roots, but softer. Yep, they're ex-death fecal droppings. I will call you Guano. There we go. Twice before Yuna? I only know of the one. She doesn't even play second fiddle to Aeon, she plays second fiddle to Yuna as a caster, period. There we go. Yes. Ease.
Enough.
I also think it's funny that he says, the last 10 years have changed you, when it's like Keenock that was the one that really changed, you know? Keenock was just like this naive guy, kind of like RN, and he became super bad. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Well, yeah, RN did change a little bit, but it's because he came to some realizations. But his moral compass was a lot better well situated than Keenock's was. After learning the same things. Yep. I just need one more behemoth, man. Like, come on, man! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what? I'm not above this. You know? It's fine. It's fine. Let's just make sure we don't get a game over here, right? I do believe I shall save it. Oh, apparently I was already done with Behemoth. I was over my limit. I just counted wrong, I guess, which happens. All right, let's mount Gag. Is that done? This also includes the Xanarkin Ruins, of course. Oh yeah, Inside Sin. So we have Inside Sin and Omega Ruins left. Yeah, that's a bummer that I was already done there.
You're count.
Just Inside Sin and Omega Ruins are the only two, and those are really easy because all of the enemies in there are just like in there, and that's it. So there's no like, oh, it's partly in here and partly in there or anything like that. So yeah, those are really easy. Just go in and do them all. I mean, it's gonna be annoying because like they're bigger areas. There's a lot of monsters. They're harder to kill. So I mean, it's gonna take some time, but yeah. We got pretty much everything done, but not everything. It is unfortunately time for me to wrap things up though, so yeah, we're gonna play ourselves out here. Let's go over here. It is Friday, which does mean that tomorrow and the next day I will not be streaming. It is my weekend, so yeah, we didn't quite finish the monster captures. I will say that the monster captures were kind of getting some bad RNG here and there, but more or less, like, it's not that we didn't finish monster captures today. It's that we did a lot of other things as well. We got our ultimate weapons, so we got lightning dodges, we got Riku's weapon. Well, we have the parts, we just gotta put them together now. We did a lot of stack grinding, a little bit of arena stuff. Like, we did a lot of things other than just monster captures. If I had just focused monster captures, maybe I would have finished, but honestly, I don't think I would have, because, like, I'm powerful now, and without that power, the monster captures would have just gone slower, period. So yeah, I think that's the major thing. Anyway, it's been a fantastic evening. Awesome. I love these grindy streams because they're just so chill. Conversation really picks up and we're just vibing. We're just talking about stuff. It's awesome. It's been a fantastic evening. But we'll have to continue our monster capture journey tomorrow as we have our weekend coming up here. So thank you everybody for staying and hanging out during this time. Looking forward to Monday because we will definitely finish our capturing and we will definitely be getting into that grind. Oh yeah, baby, you know it. Make sure to catch 7 going live in about 10 hours because he will be doing the same thing and he may even get to penance, who knows? By not tomorrow, but the next day, maybe. Unlikely, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out, and I look forward to seeing you all on Monday, 1 p.m. Pacific, with more Final Fantasy Fiesta. Thanks for all the love and support, bits and donations, subs and resubs, and sub gifts. Have a good night. Cheers.